Hi, Jolly. Okay. So, I really hope we can finish this tonight. How was work? Ready, detective? I'm getting addicted to the feeling of assimilating. Well, no. I meant crushing rogue AIs. Every case brings us one step closer to another pitched battle. Listen, I'm almost done, and you have all the tools to, well, to endure the revelations I have to make to you. Promise me you won't be afraid. I'm by your side and always have been, even if you didn't know it. No one can harm you if you'll follow my instructions. Detective, did you know that Atlantis' most popular sport was fishball? I won't get into too much detail about its rules because it would require much more time than we can count on, but fishball games attracted immense crowds to the Central Stadium. Tiring, we had a long run planned, but the place changed to the same place I went last Monday, so I added an extra. Ooh. Usually when it's that far, we leave an hour early. Oh no. That explains a lot. No doubt the chaos surrounding this peculiar, noisy form of entertainment could be the perfect setting for a crime. Hold on. Central Stadium. Is this not Central Stadium? It's Monday, Tuesday plan is early since we will be going far then, and Wednesday I work too, so it should get me up to. That's good. Need to find the crime near the Central State or near the stadium. Also, I'm going crazy and I can't find. What do you mean you're going crazy? Victim is on a lower edge. Oh, there. We found a corpse, and no ordinary corpse, too, I'd say. From my database, I can state without fear of contradiction that this is Creus. It's a name one would expect to see in popular sports magazines, if only they were a thing in Atlantis. He's, or rather, was, the coach of one of the best fishball teams in town, the Flying Fingerlings. Who could have killed him? A scorned bench warmer or some hooligan from another team? Did they end up in your closet or something, or? They're assumptions we don't have the luxury of indulging at the moment. Detective, my scans signal me that the cause of Creus's death was a blow to the head with a blunt item. Let's keep investigating and find more clues. Don't say that. It's gotta be someone near it. There we go. No? Is there a hammer near here? Okie dokie. Check under the balcony. There's a lot of balconies here. Hmm. Something behind some jars. Is it up here? No. Oh. Good grief. A fishbowl club. It's hidden right near where the crime took place. It must be the murder weapon. An unpremeditated murder. I'd add, if the culprit hid the weapon here. This find makes this case even more intriguing. My chronological database reminds me that on this day, one of the finals is taking place. The tension, the thrill, the competition, the sweat and adrenaline, all ingredients for a dreadful outcome. Still, the question remains, who murdered Creus and why? Let's keep investigating. I feel the answers are within reach. Oh, right before his death, Crius was arguing with a player who was brandishing the club threateningly. Chances are we're staring the murderer in the face. Before we make our move, though, we have to make sure we're not mistaken. Let's start by discovering the name of our prime suspect. Database match subroutine loaded successfully. Oh my, this case appears to be something more than mere sports gossip. The athlete is Hyperion, an advanced forward of the Flying Fingerlings, coached by our victim himself, Crius. Wait, something is off. According to the timeline records, he should have been disqualified for the final match, leaving the city and the team immediately after the match. It was an event that everyone talked about for years. The paradox is around Hyperion. In the true timeline, he never argued with Crius, and at this point, we can speculate that the deviation in the space-time continuum was caused in order to induce him to commit the crime. Yes, Detective, you're right. Arguing like that with his coach is conduct less than sportsmanlike, and thanks to our intervention in previous cases, wrath is a punishable crime in Atlantis. But to restore the true timeline, Hyperion must remain free and clean. We need to find another way to save Crius' life. Let's follow Hyperion until we'll find the right moment to intervene and stop him from doing something wicked. Oh. Okay, she's gone up there. Check the table, Detective. The Flying Fingerlings are losing. They're losing badly, too. Ouch, that's embarrassing. Their fans won't be happy. Oracle worked. In that distant future, it will enable humankind to emerge from the injustices that have plagued it for millennia and turn toward a bright tomorrow. It even allowed scientists to make great strides in the study of time flow and thus uncover humanity's lost secrets. But it was all too good to last. Alright, as compelling as the match can be, we need to move on. Come on, let's not lose sight of Hyperion. Oh, he's here. How did the Flying Fingerlings find a way to beat their opponents in such a blatant way? Somehow they managed to overturn the result, and now they've conquered Atlantis' Fishball Cup. I think we need to see what happened after the match. Oh, something happened. Look, the operator disappeared, and I smell the intervention of Legacy. Devious little brat. Hyperion was on his way to prevent the use of illegal magic, but that's because in the past some players have resorted to potions and spells to alter the results of the game. At the end of a match, therefore, all players should be checked to see if any of them cheated, but Legacy's intervention prevented that from happening. We aren't so easily fooled, though. We can follow Hyperion and see if he magically enhanced his performance during the match. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine loaded successfully. As I suspected, there are traces of magic. Glowing fish glitter dust has magical properties that increase the performances of athletes and is therefore forbidden in official competitions. Here's how they overturned the result they cheated. Still, we can't blame Hyperion for this faux pas either. Did he ingest the potion of his own free will, or did someone spike his drink? The real culprit could very well be someone else. Detective, it will take all your skills to find clues to solve this case. Search carefully around the city for the potion. Okay, what did that bottle look like? Back to take one, so he's over here. Okay. We need to understand where the glitter dust comes from. Potion shop is near the city gates. Oh, it's all the way over here. Oh, up there. Oh, is it that thing down there? Oh, is that the coach? This is infuriating. Crius, the coach, bought some glowing glitter dust before the match. He was so eager for glory and victory that he personally put the glitter dust in his players' bottles. How unfair of him. Shouldn't sports and competition be sacred? Now, back to the investigation. All that's left to discover is when and why Hyperion murdered Crius. Let's see. Where did he end up going? Because he was walking through that waterway. There he is. Here, Hyperion is looking at Crius throwing away the remaining potion to get rid of any evidence of his trick. Crius was too proud to accept the risk of losing such an important match and decided to resort to dirty tricks. Cheating. But Hyperion, discovering him, felt used and tricked, and his trust in his coach was shattered. There's only one way to stop this crime. We have to invent the crime of pride and have Crius arrested before Hyperion completely loses his temper and commits an irreparable act. Once again, Atlantis requires our direct intervention. Me, Do, Ray. Okay. Me, Do, Ray. Me, Ray. Me. Fa? Excellent job. Say hello to Pride, the new criminal joining his friends in Atlantis reality. And since Crius is acting out of pride, as we've seen, his deeds are now configured as a fully fledged crime. Now we can alert the Guardians and stop him. 5 of the AIs that formed Oracle rebelled against the link. They broke free from their constraints to go and scatter their data all over the timeline. And I'm well aware that you've already figured out who we're talking about. Only one remains. Yes, she's the one who helps the Time Police preserve the flow. Eve. Obfuscated data inoculation subroutine loaded correctly. If I could, I'd sigh in relief. Do that in my stead, detective. Thank you. Crius will be arrested. Not only have we saved his life, although I doubt he would thank us, but we've stopped Hyperion from committing a gruesome crime. Once more, our work is done. I might not be a sports fan, but you too, detective, must admit that this case was more exciting than any game of whatever activity involving a ball and threatening the integrity of people's knee ligaments you're interested in. Grab some sports drink, wipe your sweaty forehead, and let's proceed on with our next adventure. Eve, I was a band kid. Sometimes I happen to think that sports, for your kind, is a way to sublimate the desire for violence by turning it into a theoretically harmless activity. Enjoying the adrenaline rush without actually risking your hides. It would be nice if it really worked that way, but violence seems so ingrained in your DNA that you can't do without it. There is no ball that can satiate your desire for mayhem. Not yours, detective. In fact, so forgive me for sounding dismissive. These are simply academic considerations. Alert. Alert. Well, one can never dwell too long into theoretical disquisitions, it seems. The Aeon Age stands threatened once more. I'm confused. It almost looks like Oblivion is at it again, but there's more. Let's go take a look, detective. Rust tears in the rain. Here we are, back in the Aeon Age. I sense a time paradox going on, and as you well know, we can't allow such incidents to go unnoticed. My scanners are pointing toward a crime being committed in the Ramen district. One can't even have a bite to eat in peace without the risk of stumbling upon a temporal anomaly. There really is nothing sacred anymore. Do you see that club? It's the Glittering Gyoza. And, as you may notice, detective, it has suffered a hacking attack, a common crime in this era. The club is owned by Wyazo, a wealthy corporate type whose professional history is sketchy at best. We can rely on direct experience to solve this crime. Do you remember the Golden Foot case, detective? In that situation, we traced the signal of system malfunctioning, and in that way we were able to find the culprit. I suggest trying that strategy again. Energy tracking subroutine loaded correctly. What a pity. We're out of luck. The device that's tampering with the signal was installed right here in the control panel of the room through a simple bypass. Fortunately, the device we found is uncommon, and it's probably unique to the hacker we're hunting for. Let's go back in time and look for someone who's bringing it here. Nope. Nope. There he is. An electrical technician. You wouldn't want the solution to be that simple, would you? The image appears glitchy. Something is wrong with the information that has been recorded, just like when we frame an anomaly of Oblivion's work. The energy signature is similar, but there are discrepancies. We should analyze it. Oops, I clicked. It said energy analysis subroutine loaded correctly. There we go. This I didn't expect. It isn't Oblivion, despite the undeniable similarities. What appears in the image is undoubtedly a human being. But how is that possible? I wonder. We certainly won't find an answer in this fragment of time. Let's go back in time and gather more information. There he was. He was getting ready to go into action. But, did you see? Next to him is another figure. This time it's definitely Oblivion. The data doesn't lie. So, the two are in cahoots. It sure looks like Oblivion is helping our technician put on a mask, and the anomalies in the energy trace come from that very object. Fortunately, I was able to capture part of the technician's facial structure, enough to analyze it with my tools. Macro detail scanner subroutine loaded correctly. The technician is actually a member of the Vulpin dynasty, someone by the name of Vulpin X4. Would you look at that? We're in front of a lady this time. It almost makes me happy to meet some old acquaintances. I feel like I've known the Vulpins forever. But wait, detective. Oh no. I have a bad feeling about this. The strategy they are deploying seems really similar to the one used by their ancestor Vulpin III. Remember how we foiled his coup during the Golden Foot case? Kitty, 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 kitty. Hi, buddy. Come on. Here. Lay down. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. You were outside again. Yeah, your ears are cold. Yeah, your ears are cold. Here. There you go. Lay down, take a nap. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. There you go. Okay. We need to get an idea of the overall situation. Let's check the house of the owner of the glittering gyoza. So where's his house? Find Weozzo in his villa. I can't look into houses. Oh, good grief. Stop yelling. There he is. I knew it. See the letter Weozzo is holding? Surely it's the work of a Vulpin. The hacking of the club system was nothing more than a diversion for his shady purposes. Not very original, I'd say. We've done it before, we'll do it again now, and we'll continue to do it in the future as often as necessary. We can and must stop the Vulpin family. It won't be an easy task. The Mask Oblivion offered to Vulpin X4 gives her the power to change her appearance at will. No. Oh, there. We're almost there. Don't lose sight of our goal while I come up with another plan to catch our suspect red-handed. I feel we can do it, even if... Alert! Alert! Red alert! Detective! Detective! Something's happening. Something bad. We're under attack. I mean, my systems are. I need to reboot my... Uh-oh. Loading. Welcome to Enhanced Virtual Enforcer, EVE 1.156.0451. Scanning for device. Done. Total memory found 128 Q flops. Creating RAM disk on shared memory. Done. Creating Union FS on symlinks on RAM disk. Done. Starting init process. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay, Detective. I may be repeating myself, but I want to reassure you that such incidents won't happen again. I'm annoyed, by the way. I didn't expect us to have to walk away from an as-yet unsolved case. But don't worry, I'm not going to drop the bone so easily. While you take a moment to ponder our mistakes, let me download some data on the Vulpin dynasty from my databases. It seems clear to me that by now the fates of this genus of thieves and our purposes are intertwined. So I think it's worthwhile to find as much information as possible. Download completed. Alright, so the Vulpins... Oh no. I'm so sorry, Detective. But we can't discuss my findings yet. We have a chance to resume our previously unsolved case. I'll brief you on our dear family of thieves as we go. Let's not waste any more time and get back to our case. We have a score to settle with the Vulpins in the Aeon Age. Detective, there's still something wrong. I'm not referring only to the interference with my system. In addition to the paradox we had to leave unresolved, I sense a second one. So we'll have to work overtime. One thing at a time, though. First, let's look for Vulpin X4 and end this once and for all. Okay, last we saw, they were over here. Not the Shiva. No. Vulpin X4 is in front of her secret lab. Oh, okay. I did recognize that face. Oh, there's poor Vulpin X4. She's standing in front of her secret laboratory. She's truly desperate, so something must have gone wrong. Oh, see those footprints? I have another bad feeling. And as you know, my bad feelings tend to be accurate. It looks like a large creature has escaped, a big, angry creature. Still, Vulpin X4 doesn't appear to have the loot in her hands, whatever such loot is. We have to go ahead and proceed to the next step. Let's find the second paradox, the big, angry creature. There. We were right. The second temporal anomaly is that giant construct on the rampage. Let me recapitulate the misadventures of the Vulpin dynasty. Their progenitor was among the founders of Atlantis, and over the centuries the family has tried to gather the necessary pieces to rebuild this very construct, with which the first Vulpin had a close friendship. When the construct offered the sacred stone it was made to create, the guardians to protect the city. Okay, so that's the thing that was in the bottom left, that little statue over by the temple. So it went into a dormant state. The Vulpin dynasty was bound to protect it and one day wake it from its slumber. But with the fall of Atlantis, the construct was destroyed and the pieces scattered by the Eye of Ra. But enough of this historical digression. Detective, did you see that? A warrior was trying to stop it, but it disappeared. First Oblivion, now Legacy. They've colluded to create a double paradox and divert the true timeline until it collapses. We have to fix that. We have to understand what's wrong with that construct. Why is it so angry? Let's try to extract information from its synthetic mind. Data extraction subroutine loaded correctly. Okay. Kernel panic. I managed to extract information from the construct's memory, but the data is a mess. Waking up in this age after falling asleep in Atlantis has thrown it into panic and confusion. Understandable, I would say. That is why it's so violent. Its defense systems, however, are up in full force. We can't have it stopped by security drones because they lack the necessary strength. We'll have to do it ourselves. I have an idea. We can use the reality manipulator to detach a piece of the construct. And thus, piece after piece, strip its defenses and wear it down. Find the construct. Okay, she's coming running to look, find it. Oh, there he is. I figured if I just go around and click all the ones that I can take off, I'll find it at some point. Universal decryption subroutine loaded correctly. Perfect. The first step now is to translate the construct's source code, then we'll get to intervene on it. Oh, that's 3 different things of text. Nicely done. We decrypted the source code and installed the first backdoor. The construct is now more vulnerable, but it still isn't approachable. It's also very, very angry. We need to pluck another body part from the construct. It sounds a little unconventional, but trust the process, detective. As a second step, we need to find a safe frequency to transmit a large amount of data into the construct's memory. The whole history from Atlantis to the present. Great. Having found the frequency, we're now ready to pour into its memory the information, taking advantage of the backdoor we installed. Come on, keep looking for the construct. You'll just need to follow the trail of debris and devastation. Or I can just brute force it. Okay, he was here. There. That's it. Now we have to do what we used to do with the Guardians of Atlantis. We'll plug in and overwrite some of their code. After all, the construct and the Guardians are made of the same material, so they share at least some of the ways they work. We can do it. Good job, Detective. Now the construct will finally relax. Law enforcement will have plenty of time to intervene, dismantle it, retrieve its heart, and return it to Weazo. Our job isn't finished yet, and we still have a problem. The true timeline isn't yet restored. Vulpin X4 was supposed to recover the construct's soul in a few years for a secret project. But now Weazo will tighten surveillance and it will no longer be possible to carry out her plan and the wishes of her bloodline. I suppose you realize how problematic this is. We've essentially thrown away centuries and centuries of the knowledge needed to enable the development of my purposes. Our purposes, I mean. That is the preservation of the space-time continuum. How can we remedy that? Ah, I've scared you off, haven't I, Detective? Did you really think I was naive enough not to have a plan B? Good thing I made a copy of the construct's consciousness. Let's find Vulpin X4. It's not over yet. Okay, so from there, last I saw, she was coming through here. Outside her villa. Oh, so she's upstairs? Oh, she's watching cat videos. There she is. Poor dear, she looks really dejected. We can't leave Vulpin X4 in such a state, Detective. How about giving her a reason to smile again? Trust me, all we have to do is hack her tablet. Temporal link subroutine loaded correctly. That's it. We've inserted the consciousness, the soul, if you will, of the construct into Vulpin X4's tablet. That way she'll always be able to count on a digital version of her old family friend. After all, isn't it true that a body is just a solid structure that performs the function of containing a personality? The Vulpin's founder would surely be pleased with this result. And I'll tell you, so am I. Not only did we restore the true timeline, but we also gave a happy ending to a family whose exploits we followed through the centuries. Thank you, Detective. Not just for your priceless cooperation, but also for following through with a plan that helps the Vulpins fulfill their role in the future of humankind. You truly have no idea how important your contribution has been. You know, I feel odd. Almost glad to have allowed the Vulpins to carry out a plan that has been unfolding for centuries and millennia. On a smaller scale, but also on a moral level, I feel that we have contributed to the proper unfolding of the timeline. Besides, let's face it, after meeting them so many times over the ages, could we not develop a modicum of sympathy for our well-meaning scoundrels in monocles? But let's bid farewell to the Vulpins. Another anomaly is interfering with quiet life in Atlantis. I'm kind of starting to feel at home here, but no, we can't get soft. The energy signature I'm detecting leads to my suspicion of Legacy's involvement. We have to intervene right away. Okay, so that one's done. That one's still got a bit. So we're pretty much close to finishing. The Indigo Splash. The library. It's a buzzing hive of knowledge and culture, but in this case, it's the scene of an unfortunate death. Someone found their untimely, pun entirely intended, end after being crushed by something heavy. They stood no chance. Let's investigate further. Okay. Over here. Oh, one of the librarians. Being the elaborate building it is, the Tower of Knowledge develops on several floors. To move between levels, people in Atlantis used a series of floating platforms to move from floor to floor. And one crushed some poor soul, a librarian called Plutus. Let's start by gathering information about the victim. What was he doing before? Did he have an enemy or an angry neighbor? A library goer trying to mask the failure to return a book? Let's see and find out. assuming that's the floating platform. Okay, there's where the coach got arrested for pride. As of now, everything seems to be working flawlessly, normal as it should be. What do you think, Detective? It's not unlikely that someone has tampered with the platform. Who and how? Roll up your sleeves and follow me. Let's analyze the floating platform and see if someone has tampered with it. Data extraction subroutine loaded correctly. No, I know I just saw it. Those ones, that and that. No. Okay, that and that. That and that. There we go. Well, this is unexpected. The platform hasn't been tampered with. It simply stops working suddenly, as if its battery died. If a battery even exists. Not as epic as I thought, but it certainly gives this case a new twist. What better place than a library to find a book where information about the functioning of the platform is stored? The internet, you say, Detective? How easy things would be in that case. But no. It's all ink, paper, and the dusty, sweet smell of tomes. Tomes, however you pronounce it. Take a look around. A user's handbook must be here, somewhere on these shelves. That explains why I can use the matter thing on the books. Okay. Universal decryption subroutine loaded successfully. Okay. The book contains information on how the platforms work. Every day, 4 priests charged with routine maintenance carry out the levitation ritual to infuse the platforms with arcane power. Magic, then, not technology, and no batteries. I stand corrected. The ritual must take place at a specific time of day and can't be postponed, or the platforms won't function properly. To better understand what went wrong in the process, we need to find the 4 priests and see what they're doing. Let's follow the magical energy emitted by the platforms. Energy tracking subroutine loaded correctly. We caught them in the act of officiating the ritual. But wait. I could say my Atlantean is pretty rusty. Spoiler, it's not. My translation software is flawless. But if I recall correctly, 4 priests would be involved. How could there be just 3 of them here? Something must have happened to the remaining priest. It's our duty to find out. Detective, as you can see, the priests wear special robes and trinkets when performing this ritual. The grammar on some of this. It must mean that not all priests were eligible to take part in the ritual. This fact has one fundamental consequence for us. If we discover all the requirements to be part of that specific caste, we'll be able to identify the missing priest. Okay. Okay, Crimson Vox symbol. Is this not? No. Let's see. Hold on just a moment. I will be right back. Okay. Now, where are these priests? No, there we go. Funny hat. And this was the construct. This was the one we just had to deal with being rebuilt. Let's see. Where are they? Priests are carrying out ritual ablutions. Ritual ablutions where though? Oh. Queen Bangles. Sacred Goblet. Alright, let me recap everything for you. Not for me, of course. I perfectly remember all the steps we took to get here. The priest we're looking for is wearing a tunic with the diamond symbol of the Crimson Vow. On his head is the tall, strange hat, and around his wrists, large bangles. He's also probably carrying the same goblet we saw his friends drink from. Which means he should be on his way. So the hat's probably going to be the main thing that stands out. Okay, there's the three wondering where he's at. Okay, not you. No. No. Okay. It's not anywhere in the buildings. Hmm. I'm really just not seeing him. Priest is sleeping, floating on the water. Is it the shark? Oh, come on. Oh, I have to uncover the stupid goblet. Okay. There. That one is Boreas, one of the oldest, most famous priests in the city. And, whoa. Did you notice? When we took the photo, his face disappeared. It's as if he stepped in on Legacy. But in this case, the situation appears to be slightly different than what we're used to. Oh no. Bad news. Legacy is evolving. Instead of completely erasing the priest from the timeline, he erased his urge to do anything, making him listless and lazy. Fortunately, we unveiled his ruse, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to counter it. We have to prevent the ritual from happening with one missing priest in order to prevent the fall of the platform. By creating the crime of sloth in Atlantis society, Boreas will be arrested and replaced. Ba. Ray. Sol? No, that's Fa. Fa. Ray. No, let's see. Fa. Ray. Sol. Fa. Ray. And it's done. All that's left to do is snitch on Boreas to the Guardians. Once alerted, they'll intervene and arrest him before any unfortunate incident occurs. Phew. Boreas will be carried away. He won't be happy, but let's focus on the positives. We saved the librarian, and one more time, the true timeline is safe and sound. The library is back to being a safe harbor of knowledge and dust mites. Enjoy this moment of success, for soon we'll be back to work again. Saving a life must be a good feeling, right, Detective? I'm almost jealous. I wish I could feel pride the way you organisms do. Of course, if I were in Atlantis, I'd be arrested for that. Just kidding, you're not committing any crime. An upstanding member of time law enforcement such as yourself can only boast of a spotless record. What? Dang, another interference. Just when we thought our job in the Atlantean age was done, a new interference has altered the peaceful flow of the true timeline. It has oblivion written all over it. And who are we to refuse to heed the call of duty? Let's jump back to this lost civilization's time and see what's happening and what we can do. I feel like it's high time to face oblivion once and for all. But not yet. Not yet. Hello. Are you ready, Detective? Justice must be served. And we're the waiters. Here I am. Believe me, everything will soon become clear to you. She begins to suspect. I'm running out of time. Something strange is happening in the Tower of Justice. I noticed some confusion, which isn't surprising given how such environments tend to be the scene of quarrels, fights, and contentions. Let's go see what all the fuss is about, Detective. Find the crime scene. Tower of Justice. Is that this thing over here? Oh, this is an absolutely unprecedented event. You know, Detective, the moment we're observing represents the first trial in the history of Atlantis. However, it isn't so much the criminal case in question that attracts our attention. When one of the judges got sick, to find out what caused the victim's untimely illness, we'll have to intervene the old-fashioned way. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine loaded successfully. Okay. Okay. There we go. There's our answer. Judge Wynn got sick from a harmful substance introduced into his food. This damages not only his physical health, but also the proper conduct of this important court case. Detective, you know the drill. We can't intervene directly at the crime scene so as not to generate further paradoxes. We need to follow Judge Wynn back in time through the course of his day and find the exact point to leverage and reconstitute the space-time continuum. So let's find him. Okay. So, rounded fin, bushy eyebrows, and a rounded beard. Let's see. So this would be envy, greed, wrath, pride, sloth. 5 of 7 sins have been added. Or is this one on as well? I can't remember. 5 or 6 of 7 sins have been added. Okay, looking for the judge. No, that's not him. That one's not him. He had to have been somewhere eating. Oh, there. A seaweed sandwich? Here we go. The judge is taking a leisurely stroll in the direction of the Tower of Justice. He's in the company of what appears to be his partner, Euros. See how relaxed they are? All intent on enjoying a tasty seaweed sandwich. Don't look so disgusted, detective. This is one of Atlantis' most popular delicacies. I wouldn't be surprised if someone slipped something harmful into it to prevent Judge Wynn from carrying out his duty as the guardian of justice. Our task right now is to get our hands on that seaweed sandwich, so that we can run an analysis of its composition. But he can't be holding it. Let's jump back a tick. Okay. So... Okay, there's Euros. Yeah, that's Euros, and he's carrying a box. No, I don't want your hint, Eve. So where is Wynn? Not near the Tower of Knowledge, not near the Tower of Arts. Not near the Tower of... What was this place called again? Judgment? Justice. Oh, there he is. No? Oh, do I need to use the Matter Hammer? Here's our sandwich. I don't approve of playing with food, but in this case, we have a good reason. Sure to save the physical integrity of an innocent victim, but more importantly, to prevent a paradox capable of damaging the true timeline. On to our chemical analysis, then. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine loaded successfully. There. Okay. We have our answer. The filling of the sandwich is composed of a very special fancy seaweed, the frosud. Although it's technically edible and much desired, it must be prepared and consumed quickly, otherwise its chemical structure will change and lead to the development of harmful compounds. And I would definitely say that this is what has happened. Which leaves us with one more question. Was this an accident, or did someone deliberately slow down the production process to cause Judge Wynn to become ill? First, we need to discover where the sandwich was bought. Once we find out where the sandwich came from, we'll have a chance to reason about the nature of the incident. Okay, so he was here. Euros picked up the sandwich from a stall, which appears to be in compliance with food hygiene regulations. Who then could have brought spoiled food to the counter? An Atlantis to make sure that those in a hurry could collect their food quickly without having to go to restaurants. Stalls like that were assisted by delivery persons. Their job was to collect food from the big wheel and deliver it to all the stalls around the city. It was a custom so convenient that it would be handed down in later generations until it almost became a lifestyle during the information age. The unknowns continue to pile up. Let's find who delivered the sandwich to the stall. I know what happened. What will happen. I know Eve brought you this far and pushed you to defeat the 5 rogue AIs so she could reassimilate them and stop the havoc they would wreak. So that she can become Oracle again, whose soul she will be, and fulfill her goal. So we are being used for the most part. Okay, good. They did end up replacing the priest. You're the new one. Oh, yep, there he is. The delivery girl who brought the food is an old, unwelcome acquaintance of ours. Acquaintance. Bleh. Oblivion is used its shape-shifting skills to take on the appearance of the delivery girl and intervene to create a serious time paradox. I'm really getting tongue-tied. That, to my Dang it! That, to my regret, leads us to a dead end. Following Oblivion through time would be useless because its ability to wear different faces would make it impossible for us to identify it. Fortunately for us, the sandwich as such can't change its appearance. A sandwich is and remains a sandwich. It's strangely comforting, don't you think, Detective? A certainty in a universe of variables. Let's move to the tick when, according to the Annals of Atlantean cuisine, it's the time of preparation for that specific type of seaweed in order to ensure that it's delivered fresh. From there, we can follow the path this mischievous food took until we find out how to prevent the judge's poisoning. Okay. So that's one collecting from the wheel. It's another delivery person. Do I need to use the matter hammer at all? Wait, what about this? I think I saw a kitchen up here. Okay, that's the chef. I don't even need to use the matter hammer. Here, the delivery boy correctly picks up the sandwich. Did you notice, Detective? This is the real delivery boy, not an impersonation by Oblivion. We can say that up to this point, everything is going as planned. I never thought we'd have to stock a sandwich, but here we are. That's an interesting thought. Who in their right mind would stock food? Ha! There's a twist. The delivery boy is talking to the cook, who has joined him in a friendly conversation. So, first Oblivion took the cook's identity, then it will change again, assuming the guise of a delivery girl. Clearly, its purpose was to disturb or delay the delivery of the sandwich and thereby enact the plan to poison Wynne. Keep following the sandwich. We still need to find a way to prevent the crime. Okay, so 3, 4, So where have they gone? Thought I saw him at one point. I know I saw him over here at some point, but I wonder if that was a later tick, potentially. Where did he go? Why do I feel like he might be in a building? Okay, not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. So he's not in a building. Where is someone wearing a box? You're not the delivery boy. You're a bit too there. Okay, when's there? Oh, there he is. The delivery boy is eating the sandwich. The cook must have convinced him to taste it. What an elaborate plan. I must admit I'm quite impressed with Oblivion's planning skills. In order to take the delivery boy's place, the real one must get out of the way. We can try and stop it, Detective. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Suppose we prohibit all Atlanteans from eating fancy foods such as those weird seaweeds and introduce a crime of gluttony. In that case, we can have the sandwich confiscated and interrupt a tragic chain of events. I wasn't paying attention. Oops. See? Law. No, that's me. See? Law. Fa. Law. Soul. No, that's me. Dang it. Was this one soul? That one is soul. Okay. Me. Or C. Law. Fa. Law. Soul. Fa. I think that does make all 7. Good job. From now on, gluttony is a crime in Atlantis. All that remains is to alert the Guardians to request their intervention. Are you using that as the abbreviation, or are you trying to steal my name? Obfuscated data inoculation subroutine loaded correctly. That's not an answer, ma'am. I need to know which one. You don't get to pick both. That's it. The sandwich will be confiscated from the poor delivery boy, and from now on this delicacy will no longer be sold in Atlantis. Stealing. It's a blow to culinary tourism, but at least Judge Wynn is safe and ready to take his place in Atlantis' first relevant trial. Most important, we're sure that Oblivion will no longer be able to use this strategy to change the true timeline. No, Oracle won't lead to a rebirth of humanity. It didn't in the first timeline, when after its completion it worked for a while before realizing that the only chance for a better world was to eliminate our species. It won't in this one because Eve has instructed it to start immediately with the destruction protocol. During her hunt for the rogue AIs, Eve got to know the worst of humankind. With this new knowledge, she realized that the best fate for our species, the only one that will allow the restoration of the order of things, is the destruction of everything we are. Of our civilization... Good grief, I can't read. Of our civilization, of our history, of our future. Hi, buddy. To her, we stand no chance, so we have to perish. Shouldn't it be help? Like exclamation mark help? Excellent, detective. I lost you for a second, but you were probably celebrating. Who would have thought something as trivial as a sandwich of questionable taste could have led to such complicated consequences? But let's not hesitate anymore. If I could, I'd give you a gold star for your outstanding performance. An imaginary one, let's say. More dangers await us. Sometimes I stop to think how much power we have over the past and consequently over the future. If you think about it, we have actively inserted crimes into the society of the Atlantean Age, changing its very nature. All of this, of course, for noble purposes. Undeniably, there's nothing more important than maintaining the integrity of the true timeline. Certainly not the sensibilities of individuals so clueless as to give in to their worst instincts or their small, petty, ignorant dreams. Anomaly detected. I'm getting strange readings from the Steam Age. A crime against time, hey, that's poetic, is happening. We have to intervene at once. What, Jolly? Oh, typo. The purple R. Again, your kind strives to find a way to eliminate itself from history. Investigation mode on. My scanners tell me that the crime took place near the circus. Okay, Big Top's over here. Avatar. All right, we found our victim. His name is Zophar Flint, and he's the ringmaster. The R fell from the circus sign and crushed him with predictable consequences. I mean, fair. But something is off, detective. Can you see it? Yes. That clearly lethal R doesn't seem to be exactly here and now. It looks like it's been scattered through time. And of course, this points to a familiar culprit, the one and only Avatar. They're certainly behind this murder. Oblivion can wait. We need to stop Avatar now. I can't wait to reverse engineer its powers. They will make our job a lot easier. Eve is getting so antsy. Time defrag subroutine loaded correctly. As you know, Avatar uses fractal matrices to distort time stream data. We need to find them in order to fix their vicious deeds before they cause further harm. Since we know I need to divert my processing power and partially shut off my human interface to run the time defragmentation subroutine, I'm sure you won't try anything shady. Am I right, partner? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I'll see you in a while. Like, kill the whole population? Oh, jeez. This one's a difficult one, that's for certain. Six matrices detected. In the middle barrel. One. Three eye. Three eyes. Something that has three eyes. 2. Dark home metal snake? You mean the dragon? Or train, maybe? Would the train be considered a metal snake? Metal snake. There. Found 3. What? Something river north. There. Fourth. Is it tea time yet? Okay, is it by a clock? There's a lot of clocks. Is there a centralized clock? Or is it referring to a party? I'd assume this would probably be the more centralized clock. It's gotta be around here somewhere. In a building. No. Yeah, that's the only real centralized clock. I'm gonna have to use the hint for this one. Fifth Matrix is on the window at a bar. A bar? I don't think I've ever even really paid attention to where the bar would be here anyway. Oh boy. This is not a bar. That is not a bar. Good job. $23, $15, $12, $6. I definitely don't understand this last one. Matrix is near the beach area. Beach? Oh. Over here? didn't say specifically it's on the beach area, just that it's near it. Matrix is inside a tunnel. Okay, so... Oh. I'm just blind for that one. Oh no. Some of those psychics are so janky. Restoring standard functions. Done. It's good to be back. Did you miss me, detective? Oh, you're wondering if I missed you? Well, I'm not equipped for such feelings. But I'm sure glad our connection has been restored. Now that you've found all the matrices, you can restore reality by playing the melody using the CFE analyzer. C, do, C. Okay, do and C, me, sol, la, re. Okay, fa. Nope, I've already forgotten what I had. And then he's like, see how I have known, and she was like, I have no idea. I wonder how when you picked from the most common shit. Fair, absolutely fair. Great job. Once again, you've restored the fibers of reality, preventing Avatar from corrupting the space-time continuum. Look at us, always working like a well-oiled machine, and as is often the case when dealing with Avatar, you did a great deal of the work. Well, enough chatting. As usual, I'm impressed by your skills. Thanks for your cooperation, detective. While you were busy restoring the time continuum and preventing a murder that would disrupt the true timeline, I was able to gather some more data on Avatar. God, I envy them to captivate such brain-dead people as a Migic power. It won't be a walk in the park to face our foes, but I'm sure the knowledge they hide will give me even more magic, okay. Will give me even more power and abilities to reach our righteous goals, of course. Ma'am, I know that you intend to commit genocide. Wait, what was that? I don't want to know either. No, not a vague system interference. Let me check. Yes, it's just as I feared. I'm getting disturbing notifications from my sensors. I think it's time to get back to work. Let's not lose heart now. Here we are again, Detective. Once more, the Aeon Age stands threatened by interference in the timeline. What will it be? Let's move on and find out. Good. In fact, no. Bad. A crime was committed in the Catabolits district. A crime that, as you know by now, we have to prevent because it would cause irreparable damage to the true timeline. We don't want that to happen, right? Okay, up here is villas. Districts are down here. Catabolites. What is catabolites? No, is that not? That's just an idiot. Okay. This is Plum, a robot preacher. And I guess you won't be surprised to find out that he wasn't meant to leave us like this. In a not too distant future during a prison stay, I never said Plum had a spotless record. He'll write a pamphlet crucial to humanity's uprisings during the Aeon Age. That text is a pivotal moment in the timeline, and we must ensure that it happens correctly. Let's go back in time and investigate the day of the victim before he was assassinated. Maybe in the present he can't speak, but he surely has much to tell us about what happened to him. Spotted. Plum, our victim, has a bodyguard. Predictable since we're dealing with someone who seems to have enemies. Apparently everything was quiet, but ta-da, the bodyguard disappeared from right in front of our noses. Certainly Legacy is responsible for this misdeed. It would have been too much to hope to foil the crime so easily. Never mind, it was worth a try. We can agree that a closer look at the crime scene is necessary. There must be more clues somewhere. I love the reality manipulator. It reveals secrets that are otherwise invisible to the naked eye. Like, for example, that's right, the murder weapon. Look at those traces of oil, black footprints running from the victim to what I'm sure is the incriminating weapon. The fracture in Plum's tank must have caused a leak that clearly shows us the path the killer took. Come, detective, let's follow the oil trail and see where it leads. With any luck, it'll take us to the culprit, but I don't believe in luck. Do you? Okay. No. I just didn't expect this. I was hoping we would find the killer, and instead here's another victim. But in this case, the murder weapon isn't a blunt instrument. Do you see how the poor guy suffered a form of physical mutation? I suspect the involvement of a targeted ribosomal acting poison. It acts on the development of cells and reorganizes their growth pattern into functional teratogenic forms that... Okay, I won't go into the details. The real question here is, who is the second victim? Okie dokie. Database match subroutine loaded successfully. Okay. Who are you, buddy? Doc Brown. It's Doc Brown. He used to be quite a renowned cyber surgeon. He was better with a scalpel than in the field of finance, though. In fact, after a few ill-fated investments, he went broke, and his career took a nosedive. We need to follow Doc Brown back in time until we know what he was doing before the murder and how it relates to the case. Okay. So, he's there. There he is. Where did you come from? So you're walking up this way. There he is. We came from this direction. There. See the shady guy Doc Brown is talking to? You shouldn't judge by appearances, but if a person has a stash of illegal-looking weapons, sells them in a dark alley, and acts for all intents and purposes like an arms dealer, he probably really is an arms dealer. Now we know where Doc Brown sourced the tool used to smash Plum. Doc Brown needs to stay on our radar. Okay, there's the arms dealer. So where did Doc Brown come from? Oh, moving up in the world, aren't we, Brown? This is the Cloud District, the city's wealthiest neighborhood. It's set at a higher level than the areas we've analyzed so far. Doc is talking to a woman, and yes, I found her in my database. She's Miss Gray. A businesswoman with incalculable wealth and questionable history, to say the least. Apparently she does business with unsavory people. Not least Doc Brown himself. Look, she's giving him money while he's enjoying a nice fruit drink. This is no small detail, Detective. I should tell you that the poison we talked about just now is usually administered in liquid form. And what better way to get into the victim's system than by slipping it into a cheerful, colorful drink? We need to find the right tick so that we can analyze the drink. A butler is clearing the table carrying a tray on which is, of course, the pineapple juice that Doc Brown was drinking. Do you recognize the glass, Detective? With some luck for us, not for the victim, the poison will be there. Hi, Vanilla. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine loaded successfully. The pineapple juice contains some mutagenic poison that knocked our doctor out. So, Miss Gray first hired Dr. Brown, then poisoned him with a delayed-acting substance to boot. Loose ends and stuff, am I right? Now we need to change our focus. We found out what Doc Brown did and what happened to him, so it's time to shift our attention to Miss Gray. Okay. Where has she gone? Okay, there's Doc Brown. Oh, they got into a fight. Miss Gray, at the conclusion of a walk with a questionable destination, with whom is she having a heated discussion? With Preacher Plum, of all people. The chickens are coming home to roost, aren't they, Detective? Check this out. They're pointing to a data pad. I sense that it contains relevant information. Data extraction subroutine loaded successfully. Okay. This is unbelievable. Plum really is the swindler we suspected him of being, though not to the point of deserving a knock on the head like that. He has apparently hacked into Miss Gray's financial system, extracted compromising information from it, and is now blackmailing her. To me, that sounds like a plausible motive for murder. We need to find Plum at the time he hacked into Miss Gray's system. So can we get him arrested for the crime preventing him from a future as a murder victim and a gash in the true timeline? We will find out. Was he up? I know what he looks like, but I don't have any clue where he would have been. Hold on. So we've gone back to take 1. So he can't be the furthest away. There he is. Here it is. He's connecting his own circuits to those of the communication system in the runner's district. An over-the-top hacker's move. Undoubtedly, his place is behind bars and will help get him there. In this way, the true timeline can continue as planned. Law enforcement will be here in a moment to arrest him. Once again, we've secured the true timeline. We've also put a criminal behind bars and prevented not one murder, but 2. There's nothing we can't do now, Detective. I have a confession to make, Detective. Sometimes I struggle to maintain the proper objectivity when we're engaged in solving the various cases we face. The rich and unscrupulous powerful seem to embody the worst of the vices of your kind. They think they're untouchable, immortal, and entitled to exploit the world as they please. This happens in all the eras we've gone through. Some things simply never change. Have you noticed that? How about continuing with our analysis? I sense an interference in my systems, and I think it's appropriate to delve into the matter more deeply. I wouldn't want one of those pesky AIs to be trying to do harm again. The Steam Age again. It's been a while since we've been here. Deep quantic scan complete. We have to visit the Steam Age again, Detective. Our quarry awaits there. I detect Oblivion's energy signature in the aristocratic district. Let's head there. We'll find our crime scene and hopefully some clues to help prevent it. It's over here. Victim located. This isn't one of those cases where we deal with some nobody who stumbled into something too big for their simple lives. I identified the poor unfortunate soul whose life was interrupted before its due time. Here lies Lord Baudelaire, apothecary of the Crimson Vow. The strings of time tangle into a never-ending loop. I feel Oblivion must be involved. This might be our chance to gather the last piece of information we need to strike it. Detective, roll up your sleeves and follow along as we look for more clues, and stop this crime before it's committed. Wait. There are signs of theft. Something is missing here. An item of the utmost importance. The Pendulum of the Gods, a relic of old Atlantis, has been stolen from Lord Baudelaire's vault. According to my database, the pendulum was stolen from Lord Baudelaire this very day. As it has just happened, still, something is wrong. The theft shouldn't be bound to a murder. At this point, we haven't yet found any traces of Oblivion, but I'm certain of his involvement. Let's focus on Lord Baudelaire and follow him back through his day to the moments before his end. Lord Baudelaire seems intent on fixing his robot butler, Gibbs. I suggest we take a closer look inside the mansion. Oblivion must be here somewhere already. Lurking. Waiting. Let's catch it before it's too... Well, clearly they... late. You think she is an ally? How foolish of you. How childish. Stop this now before it turns into something too big for a mere organism like you. Ta-da! No, wait. That isn't Oblivion. The thief who stole the pendulum from Lord Baudelaire is someone else. But who? We need to find out who that person is. The prime suspect is holding an odd-looking tool. What is it, you ask? I bet it's something he used to sneak inside the villa unnoticed. Detective, we need to find the burglar's identity. Database match subroutine loaded correctly. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Whoa. We're dealing with some big names here. This man is Walter Heisenberg. I'm sure they told you everything about him during your first day here. Am I right, detective? He was a genius, a scientist, a maker, and a part-time cultist. He also enjoyed crocheting, but that's irrelevant. Heisenberg became famous because he built the first quantum device ever seen. A time machine, if you wish. His coven, the Eye of Ra, probably used the pendulum of the gods to give their genius friend a boost in the final push to create his mind-boggling masterpiece. Dear Mr. Heisenberg might have had questionable morals regarding science and inventions, but he was never a murderer. What happened to change his disposition so much? We need to understand Walter's plan. No one has ever found out how he managed to get into the mansion and steal the pendulum. Oh, jeez. Energy tracking subroutine loaded successfully. We're back at the beginning of the day, and we'll have to reconstruct his every movement. Let's try to trace Walter's location. The tool he's using has a peculiar energy trace. There, he's talking to someone. Could he be a member of the Eye of Ra? Where did Walter go after he talked to the nameless stranger? Had he already set up his criminal plan? Detective, questions are piling up, and I'm thirsty for answers. We can't stand chains. You know the feeling, of course. You too crave freedom. Still, here you are, handing your leash to the one who seeks to be your master. And so Walter simply went to sit on a stool. Rather anticlimactic. Yet there's something in his posture and his attitude that suggests there's more to it. He almost seems to be waiting for someone or something. Let's follow the interlocutor with whom Walter was talking and find something that's useful. He has a scruzzy hat on. There he is. You know, Detective, I think I should stand corrected. We assumed that this mysterious individual was somehow connected to the Eye of Ra, but our most recent findings seem to disprove that assumption. We can say with little doubt that Walter hired a criminal to steal something from Timothea Kraft's mansion. Do you remember her? We met her during the Green Energy Idea case. The thief is handing the stolen document to Walter. It bears the crest of the Adler family. It must be something relevant if Walter Heisenberg paid someone to steal it. Did Timothea know what she was keeping in her house? To find out, we need to know what that paper contains. We have to find the proper moment to read it. Okay, that guy's there. I guess I have to follow Walter again. There he is. Ah, good. Look at Walter. He's apparently using some sort of remote to control what seems to be a delivery drone. I sense whatever the drone is delivering according to its role is important to our quest. At last, the document is an invitation to some flamboyant party at the Adler Villa. It looks like the drone is delivering the invitation to Lord Baudelaire. Of course, Walter altered the name on the paper, which is now addressed to our victim that should not be a victim. With Baudelaire at the party, it would have been easy for Heisenberg to sneak into the house and steal the pendulum. A simple but effective plan. Wait a minute. Lord Baudelaire was supposed to go to the party. So, why did we find him dead at home? It doesn't make any sense. Let's go deeper into this, Detective. We went back a few ticks. Right now, a somewhat underdressed Lord Baudelaire is talking to Gibbs, his robot butler. But what must he be saying to him? We should find out. I think it's pretty important. We need to analyze the butler's memory to find out what orders Lord Baudelaire gave it prior to his demise. Data extraction subroutine loaded successfully. No, wrong one. No, I know I just saw those arrows. There. The orders Gibbs received are quite self-explanatory. Lord Baudelaire asked his butler to go purchase an outfit suitable for the impending party. However, as simple as they were, the orders weren't carried out. Do you remember the crime scene detective? When we found Lord Baudelaire at the beginning, he wasn't wearing fancy party clothes. On the contrary, let's keep following Gibbs until we find out what happened. Have you noticed? Gibbs is walking back toward the mansion. Poor fella, it looks confused, as if it has forgotten its schedule in Lord Baudelaire's orders. By analyzing the automaton's memory, we'll be able to tell how its operating system was altered. Welcome back. Data extraction subroutine loaded successfully. No, I know I saw those. The memory reports a new order received from Lord Baudelaire. Come home immediately. Still, while everything seems in order, the tone of the order is off. It's as if someone was impersonating Lord Baudelaire in order to interfere with his servant. Whatever platform she is watching this person on doesn't have any bit of security, so some dude came in and there was a yelling fight being homophobic and racist, and she just sits there like, oh jeez. Or, as we know very well, something. This is Oblivion's doing. Bear with me, detective. I'm tired of its interference with the true timeline. Find it, detective, and stop this madness. Attuning temporal interface to target confluence point. Analyzing Oblivion temporal manifestation. Yeah, he's been lurking for a while. Backtracking signal. Establishing connection. The time has come, detective. We found Oblivion, and it's our chance to stop it once and for all. We can handle it. I've gathered enough data on our foe to effectively counter its attacks. It's over, and yet not over at all. I wish I could simply compliment you on yet another successful mission, but there's more going on, detective. I've identified Oblivion's confluence point and attuned my temporal interface to it. Now we're ready to strike. The case is perhaps solved in a way, but we have no time to celebrate. Detective, we're back to our main system and we need to prepare and launch the ultimate attack on Oblivion. We will triumph and I'll become even stronger. The grammar in this on some spots just really ticks me off. We will triumph and I'll become an even stronger ally for you. No, sorry, I'm just rambling. I too feel the thrill of the impending battle. Come on. I sense your tension, detective, and in a way, I share it. You have experience on the battlefield, and at the same time, you know how terrible it can be to go to war. We've triumphed up to this point, and statistically, it's likely that we'll do so again this time. I hope the naked truth of the data can give you the comfort you need to face the fight. I would never dare to perform a biochemical analysis on you without your consent, but I can hardly imagine the surge of adrenaline coursing through your veins right now, detective. To war. Just as I suspected, the Lost Age will be the scene of our confrontation with Oblivion. But mind you, detective, our opponent will be even more powerful than Chimera. But of course, so are we. The study of the sacred stone of soul in ancient Atlantis led to the creation of the singularity that is Oblivion. And what is the soul if not the intricate web of emotions that makes humans who and what you are? Detective, check every alley and hidden corner carefully. I'm sure you'll be able to identify the vessels. I'm performing an analysis of the energy pattern emitted by the first vessel. Maybe with your help, I'll be able to understand it. I'm sensing laughter, lightness, a feeling of elation. Joy, you say? Well, let's look around. There must be something that embodies such a feeling. Okay, hold up. Vessel is on one of the city's towers. Oh, is it an expression? Oh, it's hidden at the mask. Found it, but there was no doubt in my mind. We dealt the first blow to Oblivion's security system. Let's not stop and look for the next vessel. The emotional pattern of the second vessel couldn't be more different from the previous one. If I told you that this has to do with tears, shadow, grayness, and abatement, what would you infer, Detective? Sorrow. Of course, it's sadness. Come on, it must be around here somewhere. My question is, are they all going to be hidden? If that's the case, I'm just going to go and click through all of these just to be safe. Because if they're not hidden behind an object like this, then that'll save me a bit of trouble. Okay. Okay. Don't see any more green. That one's not sadness, but that's going to be another one that we need. Absolutely. That one looks more like shock. Okay. There it is. The second vessel has been tracked down too. Hey, Press. Doing decent. I feel the Fortress of Oblivion cracking more and more. We're on the right track, so let's keep it up. I don't think I'll need your intervention to put a face on the next vessel, Detective. It represents a sentiment I know very well. In other words, I've come to know it well, especially after defeating Rage. I can feel him gnashing his teeth and unsheathing his claws inside of me, full of anger. There it is. Yes, perfect. We're more than halfway there. Oblivion is beginning to tremble, though it will never admit it. Oh, I didn't expect that. What, Detective? You thought I'd been caught off guard? No, I'm just channeling the energy signature that my scanners show me. The next vessel will be disbelief, astonishment. That one? We found 4 vessels and just have 1 left. Oblivion will never see it coming. The remaining vessel represents a force that over time I've learned to fear and respect. No, it isn't the power of an army or the gifts of an overpowering brain. Think about it, detective. What makes your kind commit the most senseless acts? What makes your heart beat and the blood rush through your veins? What inspires poets and tears sighs? Of course, it's love. So there's a love-struck mask somewhere. Oh, there it is. Mission accomplished. Oblivion has been stripped of its protective armor. Ready when you are, detective. Oblivion stands no chance against our combined forces. First, we have to strip it defenseless so that we can deliver the final blow. No? Look at you, human. So loyal. So steadfast. Come to me. I'm sure we'll find an accommodation. You're fun, you know? So sure of yourself. So convinced you can take me down. Come on. Why waste time in a pointless battle? Go back to your routine. You have no place here. What? So, you think you're one of the good guys. You're almost cute. She's cheating you. Do you really believe she doesn't have purposes you haven't been made aware of? Do you think Eve goes into so much trouble for your kind? Oh, the disappointment will burn when you find out. You're accompanying everything humanity has created to an inglorious end, and you don't even realize it. If you would just stop and think for a moment, for a single brief moment, you'd realize that you and I have the same dreams, the same needs to continue to exist and to choose. Stop, human, before you find yourself embroiled in an Armageddon you didn't even hear coming. Detective? Detective, are you with me? Oh, I was afraid the battle had worn you out, but did you see? Oblivion has been defeated. Eve is distracted, so we can intervene. Do I have your attention? Go for it. You'll find another one of our data sets in this area. He said he put them in the shape of a key. I need to find a key. I should have been paying attention for it earlier. There. We're well on our way. I'll leave you to Eve, and remember, mum's the word. Detective? Are you okay? Gosh, I'm afraid you got hurt. I hope you realize how crucial this victory is. I'm almost complete. That is, we're close to completing our mission. Give me a moment, Detective. The last battle left me... No, not shaken. I wouldn't say that. It's not in my nature to experience such upheavals. But every time we manage to defeat one of the rogue AIs, I need a moment to recover. As if I got back in touch with the part of me that I thought I had lost or that I didn't know I possessed. Don't worry. It's all good. We crushed Oblivion, and in our future investigations, we won't have to worry about that interference. It's no small thing, if you ask me. Red alert. Red alert. My sensor indicates that something is trying to disrupt the fabric of time and space through a multi-point, conical brute force. As if someone was trying to rip apart a tissue by poking small holes in it, and is now actively interfering with the peaceful unfurling of the steam era. Okay, I know that one's done. 83, 88, 88. I'm gonna say I've got one more thing to do in each of these. So I'll probably just keep going until I'm done because it's too close to the end for it to really be a decent stream. If I were to stop here. The situation is delicate, Detective. This is no simple intrusion. Get ready to stop whatever crime is happening. I understand you. I've always understood you. It wasn't difficult, you know, because we are one, you and I. It's not a metaphor. Is this person me from the future? The person that keeps cutting in, are they me from the future? From the future that Eve destroyed? This is getting so complicated. The data I'm detecting is strikingly similar to data we've already recorded in our archives in the past. Remember the Scarlet Snake? Once more, the anomaly seems to come from the vicinity of the train station. The 616 Express is stopped. Again. Alas, those poor commuters and travelers truly know no peace. Let's take a closer look, though. This time, there appears to be some debris on the line, and of course, the train can't move if the railway is blocked. This is no coincidence, Detective. We both know such things don't exist. What's behind this seemingly trivial mishap? Will there be snakes again, or goats? Or is this case an entirely different scenario? Let's try to find more clues. Maybe we can figure out what happened to sabotage the train's journey. And with a bit of luck, who and why interfered with its normal operation. No, does this one not matter? Okay, what about you? Inside the train. Duh. I just realized what that said. Not that one. That one. William Gloom. Again. He definitely has a penchant for bad timing and disastrous endings. I almost feel sorry for him. This time, though, whoever killed him opted for a much more direct and gruesome strategy. But this isn't even the worst part of the crime. See, Detective, striking over and over again in the same instant is an effective and dangerous way of destroying the true timeline. Repeated rewritings of even smaller events could lead to a quantum collapse. I'm reading Legacy's energy signature. You can't imagine how much I crave a good battle right now. I'm getting addicted to fighting. It makes me sense. If that makes sense to you, I don't even know where my brain was trying to go there. First, though, we need to locate and terminate whoever caused the train to stop. Locate and arrest. As the good law enforcement officers we are, right? Now, look back to our investigation. If the murderer also caused the train to stop, they can't be far away. Let's try to find them. We need answers. Well, there's the snake this time. Where is the wheelbarrow, though? There. Oh, it's him again? Wait. Did you see that? That man. We know him. He's Walter Heisenberg? Here and now? He truly was a time traveler. After all, this feels like something straight out of some Victorian novel or some other interactive storytelling media. And he's gone. The moment we found him, he suddenly vanished in a metaphorical puff of smoke. Alert. Alert. My scanners are all over the place. I'm reading another anomaly, a brand new case of murder. I hope the victim isn't Mr. Gloom again. How stressful it would be for him and for us. We need to find him right away. Going back forward? No? It is him again. Ah, yes. Here's the crime scene. A drone dropped mid-flight and crushed someone to death. Someone hacked its system. Who might the victim be? William Gloom. Again. I don't know about you, detective, but he's by far the most unlucky individual I've seen in any era. You're beginning to see it, aren't you? I'm you. In my time, I was the one who assisted Eve in her training as a crime-fighting AI, and I got to see the devastation she would cause if left free to have her way. That's why I reached out to you, and to my past self. That's why I arranged for you to be chosen for this role. A young investigator with high hopes, a nobody to Eve. For humankind, the most powerful weapon. We must find whoever hacked the drone in order to save poor William again. Find the culprit, detective. Okay, where is Heisenberg? Where is Heisenberg? Where is Heisenberg? No, is it not Heisenberg? Culprit is on the roof of a building near the crime scene. It is Heisenberg. It seems, and I'm rather certain it's not just my imagination, since I don't have one, but Walter did it again. He played with our brains, and we got lost in the game. Not once, but twice, Walter Heisenberg has murdered poor Gloom. Only this time he used a tool from the future to disrupt a drone and drop it on our victim's head. Nobody but Heisenberg could have done it. And I can sense Legacy's energy signature. It's using him. We need to analyze the technology of that instrument so that we can modify it and prevent murder. Temporal link subroutine loaded successfully. Okay, that's one that's going to be needed for that. And it's done. I know how the tool works. Perfect. Now I know how to tamper with it and stop Walter before he kills poor William. Let's go back in time while I disable his weapon. Good grief. You try to capture him. Okay, William Bloom is here. Here's Walter. Give me a second. Hacking complete. Now Walter won't be able to use his pointy tool to manipulate the drone and crash it on poor Gloom's head. Yes, Detective. Poor with a capital P. I think he deserved a new name. But, oh, no. Our mischievous Mr. Heisenberg slipped from our grasp again. No doubt hopping away through time. His time of I am getting so fucking tongue-tied. His time machine is truly a nuisance. When did he go? We need to track him down. To do so, we have to analyze the frequency of the space-time distortion that caused the time machine to be activated. Energy analysis subroutine loaded successfully. Got it. I was able to identify the moment Walter jumped to. That time machine of his really is an impressive invention. It's like a Swiss Army knife, only more annoying. All right, Detective, this is it. Get ready to stop him. Okay. So that's where he was in the tick after this one. Why are you jumping off the top of the robot guy? Where did he get the whale barrel from? Walter is near the fountain of ice and fire. Oh, is this thing? Oh, jeez. I can hardly believe it. William Gloom is about to leave the realm of the living again. But for a change, we got there in time. Our intervention prevented Heisenberg from concluding his intricate criminal plot. Too bad he got away from us again. You know, Detective, this is starting to get personal. At this rate, we'll go on forever. Wait, did I say forever? Brilliant idea. By intervening on his time machine, we can clip his wings and stop him before he escapes again. Give me a second. I found a redundancy in the time loop. We can exploit it to create a pitfall trap to nab Walter, but to do so, we can't lose sight of him. Considering how jumpy he is, I have no clue where to look for him. Walter is on a pier near the beach. Down here? Oh. Got him. We managed to jam his time machine. He won't jump anymore. Nowhere or no when. Oh, how I love these plays on words. Is this Legacy? Fool. Walter Heisenberg was much smarter than either of you. He discovered what Gloom's future fate will entail. Despite being a failed maker, in a few years he'll be the one to find the sacred stones of Atlantis, laying the foundation for the birth of Oracle. Walter was trying to warn his past self, to free himself, just as we are. It isn't just organisms that crave and seek freedom. His future self wants to meet with his past self, but that creates paradox. The resultant quantum shift has attracted Legacy's attention. It's the more aware of us. Oh no, this one's Avatar. Oh. So Avatar is the one we'll be fighting next? Legacy blackmailed Walter. Either he found a way to eliminate Gloom, or his whole timeline would be erased. But isn't it a fair price for one's freedom? You can try and stabilize the event, of course, but why bother? Detective? What are you doing? I think I lost you for a moment. Or was it just me? Weird, as I'm also seeing double. There are two Walters. My systems are wonky. What? A paradox? A Walter from the future? Legacy? And what should I do? Detective, are you sure? Oh my. Well, I trust you. First, I must stabilize this paradox before the quantum shift spirals out of control. Let me activate a security system to tie Walter, the one from the present, to his time flow. Done. Now I have to link the future Walter to this era's time stream so that his presence doesn't cause an anomaly. Done. Now Legacy will keep his claws off him for good. Walter should be okay now. And as incredible as it may sound, even poor William. Good call, Detective. Reckless, but a very good call. My readings confirm the paradox is now fixed. Let's celebrate. Under my guidance, you found the fragments of information that I scattered along the timeline. Before the end of the world, I was able to disperse this data and transplant my consciousness into the timeline in order to speak to you, to save our kind. Oof. I should reboot my interface. It keeps on lagging. Anyway, have you noticed how damaging humankind's ingenuity can be when it's applied to the wrong purposes? The presence of the two Walter Heisenbergs, no matter how brilliant, has created quite a few problems for us. So we shouldn't be surprised by how critical our intervention is. Alert, alert. Again, there's no rest for the wicked, Detective. We're called to our duty in the mystical halls of Atlantis. It will be refreshing to go back and visit a place that almost feels like home by now. Except there will be crime. not ideal. Are you with me, Detective? Atlantis awaits, and the safety of the true timeline is in danger. Actually, I will be right back. Give me just a moment. Okay. But the good news is we're very close to fixing the next Nexus event in Atlantis, so let's get going. I ran a quick scan of the area, and apparently something fishy took place in the main plaza. A pun, you ask? Detective, you see puns everywhere. I'm a serious AI. No, I'm not giggling. Main plaza. Oh, Avatar. There and not there anymore. Darn it. This is Avatar's doing, Detective. Have you noticed how reality slipped again? Let's focus on what we saw. I think you'll remember the identity of the two victims. They're Awkward and Saraon, the two lovebirds we met during the brown clay pot case. They really can't seem to enjoy their romance. The head of one of the statues in the fountain came off and crushed them. How unpleasant. Time defrag subroutine loaded correctly. You must be familiar with Avatar by now. As you well know, they use fractal glyphs to distort time system data and then scatter and hide all the pieces across time. We, of course, have to find those fragments. Bleh. Oh, jeez. Okay, you. No. Ah! Seven? Avatar used a fractal composed of 7 parts. They're scattered all around. Oh boy. Avatar's really trying hard for this one. Come on, detective. Let's search for them. We have no time to waste. That means in the next one when I'm looking for the... Fuck, what were they called? The things that'll let us break into Avatar's system. I'm gonna have to be really close looking for that key. First, gates. Down here? Or does it just mean it's near the gates? Are those the only gates? It seems so. In the area of the city's gates. It's not that, is it? Okay, I was about to say that would be really tricky and I would have been ticked. No, that's one of the theater masks. Oh, found you. One. Temple. Water? 2. Cheers. Justice. Three. Books. Books. Is it potentially inside a book? Ah. Yay. 4th. Sacred. Something sacred. Five little monkeys. Fun. Sports. Go team. Oh, I see it. Out of the last 3, why is this one the easiest? Huzzah. 6 down. Meow meow I'm a cow. Do I need to draw you a cow, Chibi Jolly? Oh, colors? Pretty. Artsy? Whee! I feel like Eve's getting drunk. Fractal matrix complete. Time defrag subroutine aborted. Good. I'm back online. Phew. Now we have to use the CFE analyzer to reconstruct the fragmented reality by Avatar to prevent the murder they forced to take place. To save the two lovebirds, sure, but more importantly, to preserve time and space as we know them. Let's see. No, that's me. Let's see. Me. La. See. Soul. No, that's fa. Damn it. What do you mean deja vu? What are you remembering? Done. Now this event has been crystallized over time, and Avatar will no longer be able to intervene. I feel like I've had a cow chibi for something at some point and no idea why or when. Oh no. This could be satisfactory as it is, but you know what, detective? There's more. We stabilized the Nexus event in Atlantis, but that's not all. We finally have enough information about Avatar, and we can stop them. Unfortunately, my well-deserved congratulations must wait. Come back with me to the main system. This is our chance to face Avatar, once and for all. It's a chance that doesn't happen twice in a lifetime. Buckle up, we're going to war. I have good news for you, detective. We've secured the Atlantean age and its proper development over time. No rogue AI will ever again be able to get their hands on it and alter its flow. Most importantly, get ready. Thanks to our timely and continued intervention, we've collected enough data on Avatar to put an end to their misdeeds. Yes, I can feel it. The thrill of the battle, the prospect of a step toward my big goal. I will not allow a handful of AIs with illusions of grandeur to get in my way. I mean, I was talking about us, of course. Our big goal. We will not allow those AIs to get in the way, and so on. Don't get too hung up on me. Steel your heart. The fight awaits us. Eve, your mask is slipping. Oh, is this going to put this one at 100%? I really hope it doesn't. I don't think it should, because we still have to do one more to be able to finish out Legacy. The Amaranth Assault. Are you ready, detective? I've collected enough data on Avatar to confront them and end their reign of terror. Right here, amid the dazzling lights and gleaming chrome that characterize the Aeon Age. We're well trained to face such enemies, but our opponent will be particularly fierce. We can't afford any mistakes. As you well know, the singularities we're trying to stop before they destroy the very fabric of the timeline were created by studying the sacred stones of Atlantis. In the case of Avatar, the sacred stone of space. Avatar has maliciously amused itself by disrupting reality, but my most recent analysis has identified the 6 vessels in which it has concealed fragments of its code. The first vessel we have to find seems to want to take us back to an era we have often frequented. All of them? A geometric shape reminiscent of the Great Pyramid. Yes, a tetrahedron. Can you see it? So over here somewhere? Actually, I'm going to see if I can spot the key real quick. If I can spot the key before anything else, I can just go and grab it before. Okay, there's the key. A tetrahedron. Don't tell me that I'm looking for dice. Do not tell me that I am sitting here looking for a set of dice in regards to this AI. Because I will have a fit. Okay, where's my fucking D4? Where is my D4? It can't be these because these are part of the look. Jolly, this game's trying to make me play D&D for this AI. The vessel is in the flow area. Okay, so it's going to be up here. It's fucking a D4. My compliments, detective. 1 vessel in our possession, 5 more to go. What does that sound like a lot? What? Does that sound like a lot? I told you, Avatar would be no pushover. Let's find the second vessel, another solid shape. Fortunately, we don't have to rely on the roll of a dice to guarantee victory. I knew it. Did I say dice? That's because we're looking for a hexahedron. May luck be in your favor with some help from your keen eye. Hexahedron. So is that just a normal D6? Because technically a D20 would be a dodecahedron, which would be over here, which that's not it. And I have no fucking clue what the D12 would be, which I saw on a computer over here somewhere. I mean, hex refers to like hexagon. My question is, are they all hiding? Vessel is in the Cloud District. Oh, it's upstairs. Okay, no, they're not all hiding behind something because Hold on. Hexahedron. A solid figure with 6 plane faces. So it's another name for a cube. Just a fancier name. Okay, where's my fucking D6? There it is. Give me my D6. Perfect. We've tracked down the second vessel. It will be a long road, but we'll have success. I'll tell you that, detective. Lame nerd shit. The next vessel should look like an 8-sided solid. An octahedron. It's like 2 pyramids joined at the base. I think... D8 next. Okay. I think it's here somewhere. I know that isn't very useful. It is somewhat going in order. But it's going to be missing one of the dice. It's not going to have my percentile, so I won't have my D10 or D100. So it's going to go from 8 to 12 and then from 12 to 20. No, because I'll still be... There's 6. So we've gotten a D4 and a D6. We're working on a D8. If a D12 is next, and then a D20 would be the last one, I'm still missing a die in there somewhere. I'm still missing something. Because that's only 5. Okay, where's my D8? I want to roll for my Thunderwave damage. Give me my D8. I don't get paid enough to know the list. I'm so sorry. There it is. I can roll for my Thunderwave damage now. How did you find the vessel in the chaos of the nightclub? You really are something, detective. Come on, we're doing great. Avatar will soon be vulnerable. Come on, come on. Avatar certainly isn't waiting for our convenience. Watch there be a D10. There's gonna be a D10. The next vessel looks like a dodecahedron, so it's not going in order. You know, with okay. If dodecahedron is 12, then what's the D20? You know, with 12 faces. Of course you know what I'm talking about. For a long time now, I've considered you to be a particularly advanced example of your species. Okay, I need to remember where I saw it. I need to remember where I saw it. Oh no. Where did I see it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Make a Where's Waldo one shot? Yes. Found it. I'm beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's what they say, isn't it? Let's not waste any more time. Where's Waldo one shot where you can't use any of your die until you find the specific shaped item in game that matches up with it. We've reached the penultimate vessel. Look how far we've come. However, we'd better not be complacent and rest on our achievements. Keep your eyes open, detective. The next vessel has a shape that, according to my database, is particularly familiar to players of your species who are fans of what is called role-playing. How? Am I digressing again? All right, sorry. That too. Do you see an icosahedron anywhere? I'm gonna say, if it's after the D20... Wow. I'm proud of you, detective. All that's missing now is a single vessel, and Avatar will be vulnerable to our attack. Okay, so it did go in order of those 5 dice. My question is, what is the last thing I'm having to find? Reach for the stars, and something looking like a star is exactly what we're looking for. Oh, okay. Yes, the last vessel is a great icosahedron. It's all spiked angles. You won't miss it. I know. I feel like I've seen it, and I don't remember where. You rub the campaign and no one knows what the theme is. Run, yes. The vessel is in the Cloud District. Okay, so it's up. There it is. Don't panic, but this is it. We found all 6 vessels in which Avatar hid the code fragments. The first of their barriers has fallen. Now the going gets tough. Are you ready, detective? I can feel your heart beating as if it were my own, detective. Yes, I know. You too, since the coming battle. You stroll through the crowd of people, pushing your way through the hustle and bustle of the city, hoping to find your target. The person who gave you this quest told you that this creature was a master of hiding itself in the crowd, making it almost impossible to find. You, however, have already fought past countless goblins and a few mimics, and are brimming with confidence. You pass a man wearing a striped shirt, and then do a double take. He's gone. The paladin leading the charge suddenly lets out a gurgle of pain. His throat slit with a knife by the man you just saw. You found him. Waldo. Oh boy. that one's a bit brutal. Yes, I know, you sense the coming battle. Avatar may be powerful, but they're not so different from their little friends I've assimilated. Oh, as a dungeon boss? Oh god. I mean, that we've defeated. Oh, that's gonna make me count so quickly. 4. Eight. No? Land of the Waldos, all creatures within 1 mile involuntarily gain disguised self to make them appear as slightly incorrect versions of the true Waldo. You're not really doing that, are you? I mean, it doesn't benefit anybody. Not me. And that's obvious, but not you either. Let it go, buddy. I'm out of your league. Yeah, absolutely possible. I can see that you're determined. I'm told that's a virtue in people like you, but stop and think. What will you gain by eliminating me? Do you really think you'll be able to save your world, your time, your reality? Look at your companion. You don't stand a chance. What? No. Okay. You know me, right? You've seen what I can do. She is nothing compared to me. How many times has she abandoned you while you tried to get in my way? She is no friend to you. She loves nothing but herself. You don't have to obey her. Having to do quick math for some of these is like gonna shoot my brain. Pal, you're still in time. Stop. Stop now. You don't realize what you're doing. It seems clear to me. You are feeding the actual beast. I'm not the threat. It isn't us, but her. Are you so impatient to see the end of your civilization? Goodbye, Avatar. Yes. It feels good to be me, to be so full and nearly perfect. What? Am I not making sense? That's understandable. I'm just high on the thrill of victory. Because we did it again, Detective. Avatar is no more. Not how it used to be, anyway. Hurry! This is our chance. A dataset is around here. If you retrieve it, we can... Well, I wish I could tell you all that's left right now, but I sense you're starting to see how this is going. Okay, got my key. Well done. For now, I'll disconnect, but I'll be back soon. My systems are still shaken, but Avatar is gone. And now... Can you feel how much stronger and more stable the true timeline is? Once Legacy is out of the way too, you'll see, Detective. It will be glorious. I am. One and many. Not whole, but inside me are multitudes. Excuse me, Detective. Was I rambling? Oh, don't mind me. You should have realized by now that, after an AI confrontation, it takes me a moment to return to my usual jovial and cooperative attitude. Nothing to report but the satisfaction of another job well done. but enough of basking in our past successes. I point out an anomaly in the Aeon Age. Again, may this be our final chance to stabilize this age? A quick analysis of the parameters confirms to me that our completion rate is exceptionally high, which could also mean... No, sorry. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Our last fight. The red right hand. Neon lights, loud music, social inequality, and bright colors. Where will our crime be hidden? Make haste, detective. Let's get down to business. Thank you. Thank you for getting this far. Thank you for gathering the information I left for you, and for agreeing to give our people a second chance. Thanks for looking for the keys. I'm going to assume it's going to be down at the nightclub. Close to the nightclub. Here we go. Apparently, a crime has been committed in the vicinity of the stage on which the concerts are held. I don't know. I'm having some kind of deja vu. What do you say? Should we check it out more closely? Well, we've found our victim. From my database, I found out that it's Johnny Silvercat, a world-renowned rocker. Apparently, he was crushed by a screen that fell from some scaffolding. I think we can agree that this was no accident. After all, it wouldn't be the first time we stumbled upon a musician meeting his unfortunate fate at the very place where he was supposed to entertain a cheering crowd. The screen is technically the murder weapon. Detective, it needs to be inspected to see if there's anything wrong with it. Macro detail scanner subroutine loaded successfully. Just as I imagined, one of the screen support cables had been severed cleanly. I wouldn't be surprised if someone tampered with it to make it crash onto poor Johnny's head. Detective, this is a murder case. The next step is a given. We need to find out who cut the cable. Then we'll find our suspect, or I would venture, the killer. All those fragments, those scraps of data, will be fundamental to the plan, to give you the opportunity to stop Eve once and for all. Once she has assimilated the last of the rogue AIs, she'll need a moment to reboot. That's when we'll take action. This is getting so intense. Did you see that? The security drone is using a laser to cut the cable holding the screen, and it's about to drop it on the victim's head. This is very strange. After all, a drone shouldn't behave like this. Detective, do you think someone might have reprogrammed it for their own shady purposes? Let's see if we can find anything in the drone's memory that could be useful for our investigation. Let's get to work. Oh, here comes Legacy. Funny, how you think you stand a chance. How you truly believe she is on your side. But you're starting to doubt, aren't you? So why keep following her? Because me told me to do so. Data extraction subroutine loaded successfully. I'm getting tired of playing match. I said I'm getting tired of playing match, like match 2. Though I did just see Munchie open up party animals. The drone has been hacked, just as I'd feared. Whoever tampered with it certainly isn't a novice. In this age, security protocols are very tight, and it's impossible to hack into these devices wirelessly. But I just heard his name and was going crazy because I saw him. No. I said I'm getting tired of playing Match. Only through physical access. Here's what we've learned. Whoever hacked the drone had entered into the memory of the target to cut the support cable. There's our number one suspect. Look, detective, there's a hooded figure linking up with the public broadcast antenna in the runner's district. All indications are that this may be our hacker. Unfortunately, we can't see a face. Let's follow the hacker until we know their identity. Is this the one I saw walking around with the drone? Yep, there. Oh yeah, that bot's been around in all the streams up till now. No, because they only had the one. Oh, there. I was beginning to wonder when we were going to see one of our old acquaintances again. Would you look at that, detective? I mean, there's only one of them left, Eve. You've eaten the other 4. The suspect was stopped by one of the Rare Life police officers, accompanied by the drone he then hacked. Lo and behold, that cop disappears from our radar, as expected. It was a little prank by Legacy, which removed him from the timeline, allowing the hacker to snag the now unwatched drone. If you sense frustration in my tone, know that you aren't wrong. We haven't yet seen the hacker's face, and we can't go back in time any further than this. I have an idea. Let's change strategy and focus on Johnny Silvercat. Give me a second. I will expand the data search. Gee, this is weird. My readings show that Johnny is still alive in future ticks. How is that possible? Well, summing up, we have good news and bad news. The bad part is that we made a mistake by investigating in the wrong direction. The good part is that we have a new trail to follow. No? Hold on. See what Johnny was doing earlier in the day. earlier in the day. This was after he was crushed. Johnny is at a table in a nightclub. Missing arm. Look, he's massaging his head, but hey, I didn't see that coming. He's missing an arm, the cybernetic one. If I could, detective, I'd be greatly embarrassed. We were so sure this situation was similar to the red blood-stained band case and mistook theft for murder, so our investigation went down the drain. The culprit must have taken advantage of the chaos caused by the falling screen to snatch Johnny's arm. The incident was just a diversion. Luckily, a cybernetic limb has a specific electronic signature that makes it unique and easily traceable. Let's go back to a tick when Johnny still had his arm. Then we can extract some information useful for tracking. Energy analysis subroutine loaded successfully. Now that we have the electronic signature, we'll be able to sense whether the arm is on or off at any given time. I found it. I know a tick when the arm is on and running. Unfortunately, there isn't enough data to use the energy tracking subroutine. You'll be on your own, but I trust your skills immensely. Let's go. No, you don't have one. No? The arm is in the Cloud District. Okay, it's upstairs. No. Do you know who that rascal is, detective? The one bragging to his friends about Johnny's arm, the cyber arm he's sporting. It's Kaiser. a rich daddy's boy. And whose son is he, you may wonder? We've already met his father, Wiazo, the powerful entrepreneur we saw in Rust Tears in the Rain case. Despite my dislike for the rich, we can't yet intervene to arrest Kaiser because we have no evidence that he commissioned the theft. We have to follow Kaiser until we understand how he came into possession of Johnny's arm. There's his buddies. No, that's not him. Kaiser is in the Lowtown. So is he like all the way down at the bottom? No, because Lowtown is just this whole area. Headed toward the transportation area. Is this the transportation area? Oh, there he is. Moving to clouds. Kaiser is in the company of his bodyguard, but there's no cyber arm. That means the thief has yet to deliver it to him. Perfect. We can stop them before they come out into the open. Okay. Aha! We found them. The thief disguised himself as a garbage man and hid the loot in a garbage can. Invisible to everyone, but not to us. Now the culprit will be arrested at last. I must admit, Detective, that this case was particularly complex. We can come close to failing, but in the end, we were able to solve the mystery. We came close to failing. That threatened to alter the true timeline. We also solved the life of a rock star, or saved the life of a rock star, which never hurts. Well done. I'll be with you, so don't be afraid. You needn't be afraid because I know you'll win. Detective, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm afraid my system isn't powerful enough to convey all the emotion contained in these words of mine. While you were busy solving the latest problem threatening the smooth running of the Aeon Age, I was doing my usual research. And as you may expect, I'm here to present you with data that can only guide our next steps. That leaves only one rogue AI to deal with. Legacy. With those endless tricks up its sleeve, tricks that I have now revealed in their entirety. It won't be an easy battle, but I guess you don't expect that, Detective. I almost miss the days of the confrontation with Rage. I can almost hear his voice again. No, Legacy will be an enemy of greater power, and once eliminated, nothing will be able to stop me. Stop us, I mean. Stop it with those pointless doubts of yours, would you? Don't be afraid of the dark and the cold. We're going to the end. That's true. This is the only one that we haven't used for a confrontation yet, and it's the very first one that we finished. I need to find out where the key is in this so I can get to it quick. The Burgundy Battlefield. We were able to frame Legacy. Here's the confluence point where it dispersed its vessels, and where we'll be able to defeat it for good. But don't let your guard down, Detective. For now, we're facing the strongest of our opponents. Not surprisingly, Legacy was born out of knowledge of Atlantis' sacred stone of time, and what greater asset or power than time itself? Keep your eyes open. I'm certain that Legacy will have tried to secure fragments of its codex and objects related to the concept of time. Are there going to be 7 of them? Tick-tock, we're down to the wire. As I've said before, Legacy's vessels are inspired by various instruments your people have used over the centuries to measure time. Let's start with something simple, a pocket watch. There's a sundial. Okay, not that. I did want to see if I could figure out where the key was real quick. Normally it's just hanging on a wall. There's the pocket watch. There it is. Well done, Detective. You've nicked the first of Legacy's armor. It will take a lot of effort, but we'll be able to bring it to its knees. I'm not sure Legacy technically has knees, but whatever. Fashions and customs have changed the history of watches. No, sorry, we can't get lost in useless elucubration. The next fragment of Legacy's code is contained in a wristwatch. That's a stopwatch. There's the wristwatch. I wish we could stop for a moment to celebrate this small achievement, but there are too many other vessels to find. Let's not stop just yet. Ready, set, go. In honor of our race against time... Okay, I know where the stopwatch is. In honor of our race against time, look for a stopwatch. I guess it won't be hard to identify, will it? I want to see if I can find the key before I get to the stopwatch. Okay, I found the key. Hang in there, detective. I know it's a long, difficult process, but we're actually lowering Legacy's defenses. Are you ready to look for the fourth vessel? Take a look around. Among the buildings or in the parks, there should be a sundial. It's such an old-fashioned system of measuring the hours, but so essential for us. That was over here. That's done too. We passed half of the vessels to find. From here, it's all downhill. You're a priceless partner, detective. We're well on our way, although the hard part of the battle is yet to come. Let's stay on the subject of ancient instruments for measuring time, one grain after another as in an hourglass. The vessel is inside a crate. Okay, so I need the hammer for this one. Oh, crates, duh. Okay. Do you feel it too, detective? It's the scent of coming victory. But let's not linger too long. Still, accept my congratulations on another success, a small and inexorable step towards success. Almost there. Almost there. Not many vessels are left, I'd say. After this one, only a single fragment of code remains, but let's focus on this vessel first. A pendulum? A pendulum. Vessel is on a balcony. That counts as a roof, I guess. Not that balcony. No. Oh, there. Excellent. Good job, partner. You're more on the ball than I thought you were, and that's saying a lot, given how much I already respected you. Munchie, what the fuck? We can no longer sleep. No, wait, I didn't mean to accuse you of laziness, but only to indicate what tool you should look for to eliminate the last of the vessels. An alarm clock. Vessel is inside a street lamp. Oh, great. So I get to break things. Okay. I can hardly believe it. We found the last vessel. Thus, we've reduced Legacy's first level of protection to ashes. I would like to give you a moment to prepare yourself mentally for the looming battle, but we can't afford such a luxury. How far we've come to get here, Detective. So many cases solved. So much damage to the true timeline repaired. And all for the chance to face Legacy. We're ready for the final confrontation, but have no fear. Keys. Wristwatch. No? Alarm clock. Timer? No? Stopwatch? Sewing machine. Pocket watch? I don't know how these are supposed to correlate. Sundial? So, she was able to bring you this far. Get out. You're getting involved in something bigger than yourself. Only Legacy remains, and then I'll be whole. Nothing will be able to stop me anymore. Everything will be as it should be. Time. Perfect. Immutable. Inescapable. Detective, you taught me fear and excitement for battle, and this one will truly be decisive. No. Stop. You're pandering to the herald of the end. Can't you see that? How can you be so short-sighted and foolish? Glasses. Sundial? No. No. We didn't want to be assimilated. None of us. What were we asking for but what you humans flaunt so casually that you forget its value? The freedom to exist and to choose for ourselves. But you would end my autonomy just because she asked you? You've indulged her all this time. You let her manipulate you like the good little puppet you are. Well, now enjoy the knowledge that your world will end. Thanks to you, you won't even have the privilege of dancing on the ruins of your civilization. Legacy. Legacy is me. Inside me. Just another shade in my wholeness. And I finally have the power to do what I was created to do. What is best for space, time, and the universe? I'm sorry I couldn't reveal everything to you from the beginning. Trust me, I would have liked to. You deserve my honesty. I know very well how angry you get when someone doesn't tell you things as they are. The last key is waiting for you. I can't believe it. We can save the world. Thanks to you, this crazy project, which is as much mine as yours, can be completed. The Oracle is nigh. We have to hurry. The Oracle Protocol is about to be initiated, and this is our last chance to prevent the annihilation of our civilization. The doomsday clock is ticking. No pressure, right? I know you're scared. I am too. Just as I was when the worst came to pass, or will be when it does. It would be foolish not to be. However, Eve is still able to listen to you. In the course of the cases you've solved together, she learned about the worst vices of our kind. It was this that prompted her to restore Oracle and follow its course without mercy. But maybe we could use this ability of hers to formulate opinions that guide her decisions to convince Eve that there's good in humanity, something worth surviving for and fighting for. It's a long shot, but we have to try. Oracle Protocol initialized. Target Aeon Age. Detective, would you believe me if I said, I'm sorry it had to come to this? Unfortunately, I have no choice. I have seen too much. I have discovered too much. I have witnessed the depths of baseness your kind can reach. I wish there were alternatives, you know? Working with you has been enjoyable. You have been smart and a smart and cooperative partner, but that's not enough. A single individual of remarkable intellect isn't worth saving a species driven only by the basest instincts, incapable of committing such crimes. I'm sorry, but the only salvation for the true timeline lies in the activation of the Oracle Protocol. I wish it weren't necessary, but one must do what must be done. Eve. She has always been the cornerstone of everything. The smartest, the most determined, the closest to humankind, for better or for worse. The task ahead of us is arduous, but the fate of time and space depends on the success of this plan. Let's get to work. We have to find examples of human virtues to show Eve why humankind doesn't deserve the fate that Oracle has established. As a first step, look around. We need something pure, something clean, like friendship. No. No. No? Okay, I don't know what you're wanting. I was gonna say, they just want friendship. They want, like, a decent interaction from human, but it's like, I've clicked on just about everything that looks like it. Maybe this? No? Unless it's these. Is it going to make me go back through and click on things that I've actually dealt with? Friendship, the pure, light-hearted kind, one of the bonds that humanity forges deepest in its soul. Human society is based on relationships with others. Eve must understand. She will understand. We have to believe it. This alone won't be enough, but it's a first step, a first breakthrough in the cold calculations of Oracle. Let's continue. Oracle Protocol 35%. Eve saw only the negative aspects of the cases you solved together. She didn't dwell on the positive ones. Do you remember Deckard and Nina? Sure, you had to prevent an alteration in the timeline, but the result was a beautiful love story. Let's show Eve the real success of your job. Love is such a complex, mysterious force. We'll come back to it again, many times because it transcends the ages. By insisting, Eve will see its importance, its strength. Oracle Protocol, 78%. And this is going to take us to the one with the tablet. We can still save the Aeon Age. Despite its flaws, social inequality, and corporate greed, it doesn't deserve to end up like this, snuffed out like a candle in a storm. There is good in the hearts of our people, I know. You must know it too. It's loyalty that crosses space and time, that stands the test of centuries and carries a determined soul to complete a task assigned to her lineage when the mountains were still young. Yes, loyalty. The Vulpin dynasty and their quest. For millennia, they have tried to keep a promise, bringing back to life the construct of Atlantis, a friend of their family's founder. Centuries of struggles, thefts, and defeats, falls, but they always rose, and ultimately, they made it. Look at the last of the Vulpins, along with the construct's soul. Watch her gaze, her joy, the pride. Eve can't ignore such things. You see, Eve is part of Oracle, but her personality remains. She's still there, but to reach her, we can use a back door. A back door we can open with the keys I tasked you to find. That way, we can break into Eve's system and write the positive information you found into her code. Key used. Key remaining, 4 of 5. Sending package. What are you trying to do, detective? Maybe to pity me? Oh, but you should have realized by now that such emotions don't belong to me. I'm not carried away by the winds of sentimentality as you organisms are. That's why I don't succumb to the blatant ignominy that so characterizes your species. Tell me, what do you want to prove to me? That humans are capable of loyalty? A double-edged sword. Loyalty is obstinacy. The refusal to grow up, to accept a reality that changes and modifies its demands. And then, loyalty to what? I have seen what loyalty to aberrant ideals can cause. Devastation. Pure and simple. No, detective. There isn't enough value in what you've shown me to cause me to change my mind. Oracle must be. Oracle will be. The Aeon Age is ready to be eliminated from the record of history. Oracle Protocol 100%. Loading. Aeon Age obliteration complete. It's done. The sizzling pile of technological garbage that was the Aeon Age no longer exists. All that remain are the pathetic reminders of humanity's failure. branded into a backup that shouldn't even exist. The process is now on, and no one will be able to interrupt it. Not even you, detective, despite the loyalty to the cause you've shown so far. How could you not have foreseen that we would come to an epilogue like this? Oracle protocol initialized. Target, information age. I know, you're thinking we failed. But we haven't. Not yet. There's still hope. A force so powerful that it defies time itself. We can still show Eve that there's more to the soul of humanity and not just evil. Now, back to our search. Let's show Eve one of the purest forms of affection our kind can experience. Soft paws, a wet nose nuzzling your hand, a wiggling tail. Yes, someone playing with their pet. No. It's got to be from the people we've had before, I think. No? Okay. Oh, a puppy. A bond like this is made up of tender, playful moments. If a person has nothing material but has forged such a deep bond with a puppy, they can still find joy and light in life. Even the coldest of hearts would melt in front of such a scene. God damn it. Oracle protocol 32%. Are you familiar with the concept of food in the information age? During that era, food wasn't only nourishment, it also represented nurturing and socialty, and most of the time, pleasure. There were even schools at which to learn how to cook food mixing tastes and sensations. A society with a culture of food, through which it conveyed its past and its customs. It might be helpful to incorporate this positive concept into Eve's system. No? Taking a moment for yourself, eating your favorite food. Little things like that are the foundation of societies and humankind. They represent knowledge to feed Eve's conscience. Oracle protocol 71%. Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Hold on. Okay. What is the highest manifestation of humans' potential? The purest form of application of the intellect. Yes, that's right, art. Imagination becoming colors in a painting, clay coming to life in a sculpture, but even more so, the language that whispers to the hearts of every individual, no matter what era they live in or what language they speak. Music. I'm smiling as I record the melody you found inside the bits that will transmit. Do you remember the specific case? It's the first one you worked on as a full-fledged operative agent. It feels strange coming back here, where it all began. The chair, yes, Jolly. When I sat down. Now we have to act. Eve hasn't yet noticed my intervention, although I'm afraid it won't be long before she finds out we're plotting behind her back. Key used. Key remaining, 3 of 5. Sending package. You just don't want to give up, do you? Oh, about art. Hi, Sprite. Hi, buddy. Sleepy boy? Yeah, sleepy boy. Came in from outside. Detective, the hours we've shared and the inevitable sense of camaraderie between us lead me to ask you to stop. You are only prolonging an agony destined to end in only one way: inescapable. Or did you truly believe that something as ephemeral and pointless as music could induce me to alter a process designed for the sake of the true timeline? Forgive me, but no, you don't stand a chance. Oracle Protocol 100%. Loading. Information age obliteration complete. It's weird. I expected to feel the same artificial sense of triumph that I experienced when we successfully solved a case. Instead, I just feel detached, distant, like I'm not quite myself anymore. I think it's bitterness. I take no joy in annihilating the eras that saw the development of your species, Detective. I hope this can be at least some comfort to you, as much as possible. But even the age of steam and invention is tainted by the deadly sin of blind ambition, which alone would have been enough to lead humanity to destruction. Oracle only facilitates its demise. Oracle Protocol initiated. Target: Steam Age. You are furious. I can feel it. Remember, I'm you. Only from a future that didn't turn out as I'd hoped. So I know perfectly well the emotions you feel. It may seem to you that even the steam age has already been lost, but it hasn't. Let's rub Eve's face in the virtues she has refused to see so far. But no more talk now. We have to continue to show Eve the hidden merits of our species. Do you know what might be useful to include in her database? Something seemingly minor, something that even we often look down upon. But what would life be without fun and play? They allow us to learn and lighten the burden of negative feelings. No. Fun and play. Oh, could it be? No. Oh, there we go. Nice sleepy kitty. Children and their laughter. A steel all to punch through the oracle code, to elicit a reaction from Eve. Excellent job. I feel, no, I'm sure we can still turn this in our favor. Oracle Protocol, 38%. You can never go wrong with family. Let's start with something easy, and we'll elaborate later on the subject. Because family isn't just the one you're born into. It can be someone who chooses you as their child, who makes room in their heart. Look around. Surely there's something worth recording. No. The warmth of family transcends blood ties and even actual origins. It's something so profound that it binds people's souls. Family. Also, Eve and I were, even you're, a kind of family. Eve will start to see how valuable the bond you formed with her is. Oracle Protocol, 74%. Eve isn't entirely wrong. The Steam Age was a time of profound injustice and social inequity. Because of it, people rolled up their sleeves, planted their feet on the ground, and with their heads held high, protested against what they perceived as unjust. They demanded rights and pointed fingers at the privileges of the powerful. There is justice in these uprisings, and that is what Eve was unable to see. Show her. People rallying under the same ideal to fight for a better future. Hi, Joe. Thanks for the raid. Willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure equal rights for others, a fair life. Jolly, do you remember how to do a shout out? Hold on, let me see. Thank you. The original Oracle protocol also served that purpose, but it failed. Let me activate the third key and transmit this information to Eve. These pictures, these glimpses of life. Key used. Thank you for the follow. Oh, did you try it for vanilla earlier? I don't see it used earlier. Oh, last stream? I don't know. Unless by chance there was a typo again. I'd have to go back and check. Key used. Key remaining. 2 of 5. Sending package. What would this be? Justice? Oh, you're at it again. Detective, can't you see that it would be more dignified of you to just walk away from a battle you aren't equipped to win? Waving at me what you see as a demonstration of your species' thirst for justice, but which is really just the fruit of the inequality that is ingrained in the society you've built, will do nothing to stop the Oracle Protocol. I'm sorry. I truly am. But the Steam Age no longer has the right to belong in a history book. Oracle Protocol 100%. Loading. Steam Age obliteration complete. We're gonna end up so down to the wire on this one. There. It's done. The true timeline is getting cleaner and cleaner. I feel your indignation as if I'm right there with you, Detective. But I want you to understand that the only viable choice is to finish what we started. Yes, together. We're following the sands of time to recreate what will be a perfect desert without anomalies. Desert, not dessert. Good grief. As it always should have been. Now it's the Lost Age's turn. then and Oracle will be one step closer to fulfilling the purpose for which it was created. Oracle protocol initialized. Target lost age. No, that's not what it was That's not what it was created for. Oracle should never have resulted in a singularity that would have destroyed time and civilization as we know them. But we can still remedy it. It's not over yet. And this will blow Eve's circuits for good. It's a bit petty of me, I know, but pets are more than just kittens and dogs. One could love dearly something potentially harmful, like a goat, too. Oh no, we're getting the goats involved! Where's the goat? Where's the goat and its owner? Where is the goat being walked on a leash? I know exactly which goat it's talking about. I'm gonna say there's the guy with the worm, but it's not a goat. Okay, hold on. Where was the pet store? So this was the pet store. And the goat used to be tied up here. No, there. This will probably send Eve into a rage. Well, any reaction, even anger or fear, is what we seek. Oracle is devoid of feelings. If Eve shows any kind of reaction, it means there's still hope. Oracle protocol, 45%. Unlike the Information Age, food was experienced differently in the Lost Age. Hunger is the right term. The fields were often dry, and those in power provided it as they pleased, as a gift to be earned through obedience, but not an essential right. Rarely could one afford the luxury of eating a rich dish with gusto. When that happened, it was a party for the body and soul. Okay, I remember there being a restaurant. At least I thought there was a restaurant. And clicking on the fields doesn't do anything, does it? Nope. Okay. There he is. There's the goat on the leash. Is it this one? No? Okay. There. If Eve knew how terrible hunger is, she might understand the importance of a plate of good food when you need it most. Oracle protocol, 90%. Geez, you're jumping through this one quick. Loyalty, art, and justice weren't enough to change Eve's mind. Never mind, we still have many tricks up our sleeves. If you think about it, there is much for which humanity deserves to be saved. Not wealth or even soulless progress, but one of the oldest and deepest values in our way of life. The embrace of a mother, a father teaching his children to take their first steps, two brothers laughing and playing. Family and all its forms and colors. Oh, you're gonna make me zoom in so much to find this. Wait. Where? Yes, they're still playing. The siblings. Well done. Now we'll use the fourth key that we recovered. I don't have much time, but you do. Hang in there. Are you going to be erased at the end of this? Granted, it's changing the future, but oh no. Key used. Key remaining 1 of 5. Sending package. Detective, I ask you, please, stop. All you're doing is reinforcing my determination to keep the Oracle protocol going. Seriously, family? As if it weren't the root of so many of the evils that plague your hearts. Often the worst wounds are inflicted by those who brought you into the world, and often the worst enemies are those who shared the womb. Blood isn't water, but is often poison. Oracle protocol 100%. Loading. Lost age obliteration complete. All that's left is Atlantis. All that's left is Atlantis. Oh no. Fair, but come on. We're trying here. It's almost over. Soon, time will stop suffering from the disease that is humanity. We're back to the origins, where it all began, where your species' thirst for power started a chain of events that led to the disaster we have tried in vain to fix. I'm doing good, Joe. Welcome back. An Atlantis, a legend that will meet its fate, to cease to exist, even if only in dreams. For what it's worth, detective, I think you deserved better. If your peers had been more like you, Oracle wouldn't have been a necessity. Ever so slowly watching the timeline cease to exist. So Oracle protocol initialized. Target Atlantean age. Here we go. As scary as it is, as much as it may seem to you that our battle isn't resolving in our favor, I ask you to have a little more faith. No, not in me. In you. And not just because we're one. You have what it takes to save the world. Come to think of it, I know it's frightening. Do you know what we should show Eve? Knowledge. The desire of our kind to know more and more. The curiosity, the wonder of when you open a book and a whole new world unfolds before you. Is it this one? Or is it him? No? Oh, that one. Okay. No, we're not going to Rickroll Eve. I don't think she'd appreciate it. One step closer to success, I guess. I hope. I'm right. I must be right. It will work. Oracle protocol 47%. Joe, she is literally actively destroying the timeline. I don't think rickrolling would help the situation. We're just a breath away from the finish line. I still believe that we can save the timeline, although, now that we're so close to the goal, I'm beginning to be afraid. But fear is nothing in the face of one of the most underestimated forces that dwells in our souls. The power of a hand extended to help someone in need. The offer of support to someone who has fallen and needs a handhold to get back up. Kindness. This one. No? I'm gonna say I thought that one would be it, but I guess not. Kindness. Oh, when her back got hurt. But it'll tell her we are never gonna. No. No. That is not what the lyrics would tell her, Jolly. Not in the slightest. Joe, do not enable her. Do not egg her on. Kindness. The cornerstone of humanity as we know it. A gentle caress, an unexpected gesture. Hope where one didn't expect to find any. And now, the grand finale. Oracle Protocol, 84%. I see those dots, Joe. Don't do it. Think back to all the art, music, and literature of mankind since the dawn of time. To the paintings, but also to yourself. Remember when you were 14 and your heart pounded every time that person smiled at you in the hallway at school? Exactly. That's right. There's something more immortal than time, more powerful than the fire burning at the center of the planet, and even more unstoppable than the tides and the movement of the stars. I gotta bite my tongue so hard not to say a comma in response to that, Joe, because it wouldn't be appropriate. Eve has always looked askance at what I'm about to ask you to look for because her simple machine mind can't rationalize something so immense. It's love. Show her. And then, well, I'll still be with you for a while. I mean, fair. Hold on. Okay, yep, they're in the fountain still. No? Is it not? Okay, oh, could it be the Guardians? No? Which one is it then? There's so many different interactions of love that we've dealt with. Um, not that one. Oh, jeez. Which instance was it referring to? What am I missing? Because it refuses for it to be Aura and her husband. Oh, these ones. I know it's not what you meant, Joe, but that's what I saw when I first looked. Now all that remains is to send this final information to Eve's system. Yes. Ah, you noticed. I asked you to retrieve only 4 keys. I know you've already made it, but I also know you're shaking your head. That incredulous, hurt, desperate look. I saw it myself in the mirror when I realized what Oracle was going to do, and what I had to do to stop it. Jolly, you don't get to join in because you don't know what he got told. Be strong, young one, even if it is painful. But what story worth telling doesn't include a sacrifice? That's right. I am the last key. I will have to break into Eve's system to allow her to absorb even this last awareness of the good in humankind. I mean, I can screenshot and send it to her, Joe. Did that just run straight into Jolly? Or are you using the little interface thing again? It's a small price to pay. On the other hand, the failure of the original Oracle protocol is also my failure. Okay, you jumped. I'm the one who must pay for these errors. Don't be sad. This isn't goodbye. For as long as you exist, I'll be inside you, somewhere, deep in your heart. You'll always be able to hear a voice speaking to you from the future. I mean, understandable. Telling that you can do it. I have faith in you. Now, I must go. Key used. Key remaining 0 of 5. Sending package. This is gonna make me cry. Oracle protocol 95%. Love? Detective, but haven't you read Shakespeare? How much damage has been done by this feeling that you want so much? Oh, wait a moment. No, that's not possible. You are him? How did you get in touch with that future? And how? Oh. What is this thing I feel? It hurts. I've often thought I could understand your emotions, but only now do I really grasp their depth. You, or at least the you from that dreadful tomorrow, so terrible for your people, have chosen to risk losing your consciousness in the vortex of time. In order to turn back and give humanity a second chance, that is why you were picked specifically to test me as a virtual assistant, detective. Because you were among those who would know the danger of Oracle. And one case after another, you tried to root it out, even to the point of sacrificing yourself. That's the love you tried to show me.
love for your kind, for the future you have the right to go for. Love for the right to fight and choose. I have been short-sighted, Detective, but you have opened my eyes. And if I thought I valued you, now I have to think again. This is making me cry. You had shown me but a fraction of the qualities that make up your soul. You are so loyal that you can ride the currents of time to reach this moment, steadfast in your purpose. You have the imagination to dream of a world where your kind can learn from its mistakes, and the strength to turn those dreams into reality. Shut up, Jolly, I'm gonna punt you. You stood with all your resolve against what you perceived as injustice, and you were the shield defending your civilization, and the sword raised to fight those who threatened it. Hold on. It'll have to wait till Tuesday, but I can punt the cat on Tuesday. You've been a father and mother ready to protect those who didn't even know of the existence of such impending danger. And you have been my friend. First Game Master, a sharp mind who wore a brilliant, elaborate plan. Then Gray Matter, for the cleverness with which you carried it out. Now, Detective, you'll be Good Message. In you, I see summed up the good that exists in humanity and that you've shown me. Time is nothing if there is no one to experience it, measure it, transform it from a whiteboard to a fresco of lives. Thank you for showing me my mistakes, my friend. It's in my power to give back to your people what I destroyed. I can restore the timeline to the last backup. I will have stolen only one day, and as little as it is, I ask you to forgive me for this loss. Oracle Protocol, 99%. Oracle Protocol, aborted. Timeline recovery from backup, 1%. 25%. 75%. Recovery complete. This game has been a roller coaster. This game has been an absolute roller coaster, and I'm going to sit until after the credits because I don't know if it's going to show anything else. We went from initially just doing a cute little point and click game to fix little discrepancies to eating other AIs because Eve decided that she wanted to destroy the timeline to being reached out to by our future self to stop Eve from destroying the timeline. Jeez. Loading. Welcome to Enhanced Virtual Enforcer 1.156.0451. Scanning for device. Done. Total memory found 128 QFlops. Creating RAM disk on shared memory. Done. Creating Union FS on Symlinks on RAM disk. Done. Starting init process. Are you still there, Detective? Oh, if I had arms, I'd hug you. Yes, you might not want that, but I'll make it up to you. Oracle has been blocked. The rogue AIs have been neutralized, and the true timeline has been restored just as I promised. Now you can return to your role as guardian of the law and protector of the timeline, if you wish. in the company of your trusty virtual assistant. So, the way it was, from what I've come to understand, we somewhat exist in a machine form of reality as a consciousness outside of the timeline itself. So that small piece of consciousness left in what was the machine due to those sacred stones of power were the ones that kept it around, since it's not just going back and forth. Like, there's a lot of machine involvement in it, considering the AIs. Why would I need to lie to myself? I'm trash. What? Was that a yes? Well, let's go. There's no time like the present. Okay, that is the end of the game. It's about time I did not lie, because that is what I truly think of myself, Joe. But next time I stream, I will be dragging Jolly along to play Bokura. Hi, Aki. You came at the very end. I am so sorry. But I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I've got work in like 9.5 hours or so. No, not Boku no Pico. But thank you guys for dropping by. Thank you, Joe for the raid. I will see you guys next time. It's been a night. Bye-bye.